9th, 2026 City Council Work Session Meeting. Our meetings are public, and you are welcome to join us in person or by watching from the Council Agendas page, Zoom, or YouTube. We hope you'll continue to join us in whichever manner you feel most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there is no public comment. Please join us tonight at our 7 p.m. formal meeting to share your comments. We, of course, welcome your feedback anytime by mail to P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84114-5476, by email at council.comments@slc.gov, or via our 24-hour phone comment line 801-535-7654. Comments we receive on agenda topics are shared with council members and posted to our website, slc.gov/council. The first, making sure, we do have 4. The first item on our agenda is a resolution, an addendum number 10 to the interlocal agreement with the Utah Transit Authority, UTA, for Transit Master Plan Frequent Bus Service Routes Implementation. I believe that Council Policy Analyst Kira Luke will be joining us virtually. I'm looking for other UTA folks who will be joining us up at the table. It looks like Nicole Bordeaux, UTA Chief Planning and Engagement Officer, Lisa Hunt, Deputy Chief Financial Officer, and Ben Ledecki, Deputy Chief Financial Officer as well. And I'm looking for Mary Beth Thompson, who is not yet here. All right, is Kira online to be able to provide
I'm here.
Excellent. Over to you, Kira.
So I'll give just a quick overview since it's been a few years since we've briefed on this. This interlocal agreement dates back to 2018 when the city prioritized spending a portion of new sales tax funding to improve transit in the city and work towards goals in the city's 2017 Transit Master Plan. Broadly speaking, the agreement has 2 main components: a 20-year framework that goes through 2039 that established the mechanics of how the partnership will work, and then annual or more as needed addenda that specify each year's routes and costs to the city. This is the 10th of those addenda. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to the Transportation Division.
Thank you, Kira. Lynn Jacobs, I'm the City Transportation Director, and have with me here Nicole Bordeaux from UTA, our esteemed colleague.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Thank you all for having us. We're excited to be here to talk about this program that we absolutely love and are grateful that we are able to do. So if you don't mind advancing to the next slide. What the city sponsors with this ILA that we do with UTA is increased frequency, extended service hours, paratransit service, and we target specific routes within the city. So the Route 1, the Route 2, the Route 9, and the Route 21 are currently subsidized by the city. I've got to say this partnership is actually really amazing. We've been working on this with UTA since 2019. And this was the first of its kind in terms of a relationship between UTA and a city in order to, subsidize or sponsor bus route increased frequency like we've done. What's been amazing is that other cities in the state have been following in turn. And so there are other cities that are actually lining up to do the same thing, UDOT as well. So we really were trendsetters here. And it's a great partnership with UTA. So with that, I would also just like to say how important frequency is for our transit riders. As a transit rider myself, I know that, when you're looking at a 15-minute headway and you miss the bus, it's a lot nicer than if you're 30 or 60-minute headways. And so this does a huge service for a lot of folks in our city who like to take transit, or who need to take transit. So with that, our next slide. So what the city sponsors, as was mentioned in the introduction, this is all the way back to our 2017 Transit Master Plan that we adopted. So in that plan, we identified that we really wanted to have better bus service in the city, and that we had a need to better serve our citizens in this way. And what that led to was the agreement with UTA that was signed in 2019. So it took a few years from the master plan adoption, but we got there. We have a common goal. We want to make transit work for everybody. We want to make it so that people have a viable option to get where they need to go. And we really want to partner with UTA to balance accuracy in our agreement with them with practicality. And so we've set it up so that generally annually we do an addendum to kind of just look at the cost, make sure that we're actually paying for what we need to, and that it makes sense. Fundamentally, the way this agreement works is that as ridership goes up, which we have seen that it absolutely has, our subsidy actually goes down, and UTA takes on more of the cost of the service. But overall, it's a little more complicated than that because the cost to provide the service also are going up. As you all know, as you go to the pump to pay for fuel, it's a crazy time out there, and the cost of fuel, the cost of labor, drivers on the buses, all of the things that we all need to make this service work just cost more and more over time. And so it gets really complicated. We're really fortunate that back in 2019 when this agreement was signed, Mary Beth Thompson with Finance did a great job putting together a very robust calculation that we now continue to use. She did a great job advocating for the city, making sure that our needs were being met and that they were being addressed. And so we're really grateful that that framework was built, and we just continue off of that. And so that's what this addendum number 10 is all about. So if we could hop to the next slide. This is kind of an outline of all the addendums that we've gone through. So as we mentioned back in 2019, we had that first interlocal agreement, followed by a series of addendums. You'll notice in that 2019-2020 service, or actually I guess it's addendum 3, amendment 1 in October 2020, we actually had to correct things for COVID because we had a decrease in service, and so we had to make an adjustment there. Generally, the way this works is when we bring new routes into the service, there's an initial cost that's pretty high to bring on hire new operators, bring in new buses. Over time, that tapers off, and then the rest of the addendums generally pay for the service. So a real highlight is that we had an addendum that authorized bringing on Route 1. I think it's on the next page, if we could hit the next slide. Actually, it was on the previous. Route 1 has been tremendous. We've been really happy with how that's performed. That was in July 2022. We see a lot that actually services people that live on the west side to get over to the University of Utah and crosses through a lot of your district boundaries. And so a lot of great ridership on that one. Okay, then the next slide. So as you notice, we're now at July 2026 looking for addendum 10. We're anticipating that we'll be back again next year looking for addendum 11. And basically, again, it's just to kind of account for all the increased costs in fuel and everything else, but at the same time account for the increased ridership. And as UTA takes on more of that service, every year it's an opportunity for us to just correct that, make it right. So with that, let's get to the next slide. This is the highlights for what we are agreeing to in addendum 10. So it's 455,000 miles of city-sponsored service. We're paying $2.60 a gallon, which I wish I could pay for that at the gas pump. I don't know how you all feel. Fundamentally, the bottom line here is $6.2 million to fund this program for another year. And that's actually down a little bit from what addendum 9 was last year. The reason that is down is because ridership has gone up, and UTA has been able to take on more of the costs. And then I think we have one more slide, and I'm going to actually hand it over to Nicole for this last one.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Council, for allowing me to talk about this great partnership. This is something that UTA touts as one of the best relationships we have, and working together to give the service that people need. I'm excited to work with the transportation team for almost 10 years on this with our transit master plan as well. This slide here just shows that as we look forward from the pre-COVID levels of service, most people haven't returned their level of service or ridership. It ranges from anywhere from 80 to 90% of return to service and also ridership. One of the things we love to talk about at UTA is our bus service is above 100% of ridership pre-pandemic, and that's unheard of. And we love that our partnership with Salt Lake City Routes is a big reason for that. We have a lot of ridership that we're getting out of these sponsored routes and their frequency. So this is important to us. We appreciate it. We understand that these are public dollars as we have, and that you all are being thoughtful about where you put those dollars and how you support your residents in Salt Lake. So with that, if there's any questions about UTA or how we work, I'm happy to follow up with any of you.
All right, I was expecting more slides. I guess not. Councilmember Young.
Thank you. I have a question just related to the route map. And it's both like helps me understand better and then kind of how we plan for the future. So when I look at, I think it's slide 6 in what was uploaded. You see a lot of the increased service sponsorship by the city coming into those east-west kind of connection lines. When we look at needs related to ridership versus where the city is investing in these dollars, I guess I'm just curious kind of like how we select certain routes over others to be able to lean into that 15-minute space.
Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead, Nicole.
What's really exciting is it seems complicated, and we look at propensity and productivity. Propensity is your density in your city. Productivity is modeling of how we would determine how many people would use that service. One of the things initially in the transit master plan for the city was east-west connections and moving across from west side to east side and east side to west side. So we look at those corridors. The other piece was a network. So at this time, UTA changed from a hub and spoke, which means everybody coming in to the university, and it's exactly what I say, hub and spoke, to a grid system that resembles our city. So those are the things we look at, those corridors, those main corridors. It's a little chicken and the egg with development as well. So you see 4 South, right? You see something like 2nd South, and then of course 9th South, which is one of my favorite areas, and looking at transit and walkability and what the city's done. So those corridors, you look at how they're going to perform with the density around them as well.
Got it. So if I have maybe several residents who have said, like, would we ever see this going down 7th East or 13th East? I'm just curious, like, is that a cost issue, or is that it's a duplication of an existing service? Like,
Yes, I think it gets a little complicated about destinations and connectivity and walkability. So 7th East is a highway for UDOT. I mean, it's a big corridor, and we have run service on there before. Right now, we have frequent service on the 209 and 200. That's the closest to those areas, and then transfer points. We look at our destination ridership too, so you're looking at the University of Utah. We do have the 4 up at Foothill. We'd like to increase frequency on that, and it's actually part of the original ILA is to look at Route 4 for that frequency increase. So yes, we could consider those areas. We've invested in other areas together. You've done capital improvements on 500 East, where we run our 205. So I think it's a kind of a collaboration between us and density. And yes, we would look at those areas, but they are not in our 5-year plan right now. We want to invest in the corridors that we have.
thank you. That's helpful.
No, thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation and thanks for the work. It's one I remember having those conversations a couple years ago when I first got on the board with the state and others going around and around about, well, there's no one riding the bus now, so why should we increase the frequency? And we're like, well, that's because no one wants to wait an hour. And then once you increase the frequencies, we'll see ridership go up. And we have a very good, example here on the 129 and the 21. You increase the frequency, you increase the ridership, and boy, it pays for itself. And I want to kind of jump on what Councilman Young was talking about, right? I would say the north-south runs, not just starting. These all start Salt Lake City and then in Salt Lake City. What we need to look at is on the how do we get the other communities from Cottonwood Heights to Mill Creek to run the 213, the 223, the 4 up to the university. Because I'll say that the university has 100,000 people go up there every year, or excuse me, every day, and with a 30-minute head time, well, we don't see ridership very much on the 4, but if we were at 15, we would. So just a couple questions. Mm-hmm. Riders, increased frequency requires more buses, more drivers. Our portion of paying for this increased frequency cannot pay for a new bus, cannot pay for new drivers. So how do we get the state to fund us on that portion of it, and then how do we get the other cities from the East Bench down south to throw in some funding for their side of the house, because that's where the ridership is starting. It's ending in our city, but it starts in their cities. How do we get them to also join in on this piece of the pie? Because we don't have the funds for one new bus, let alone a bus and 10 drivers.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to go?
Maybe I'll take a minute and then pass it back to you, Nicole, but I think a couple points that you made were really great. One thing we should celebrate is the fact that all of these routes that we sponsor are in the top 10 routes for UTA. And so it actually works out. Increased ridership, increased frequency equals increased ridership. There's no doubt. It's clear as day. And so I think that taking this idea and expanding upon it is a great thing. It's crazy. This is 10 years into this master plan, right? Like, it's been 10 years. The agreement we signed was a 20-year agreement, but at some point in the next couple of years, we probably need to go back and start to rethink about updating the master plan to address what's next. But then I'll pass it back to Nicole for talking about maybe how things are going with the state and others.
Well, there's two things. At UTA, we're happy to look at all of those services and where the need is. But to your point, we can't fund it at the level where there's ridership. There's so much ridership out there that we would like to increase every day, specifically some north-south coming bus ridership. So we'd love that idea of a partnership. I would ask people like you all and council members to sell the story, to show communities and city councils and mayors and other municipalities, we have 77 that we serve, of how they can increase ridership, increase kind of the livability of their city by investing in transit. You all know your budgets have to be balanced and where you put your funds, but we would love to be there at the table and tell them how this benefits their communities and show. So I think we are actively doing that. I think, as Lynn said, there is a model for this, and we are looking with certain communities, even if they have a baseline of service that may be an hour or on demand, which you also sponsor, so thank you so much, that where there needs to be an increase or we can make that service better, that they help support us in that way. Because drivers and buses are very expensive and bus service is very expensive. And that's why I appreciate every dollar you all give us.
One of my favorite talking points actually came out of the UDOT mobility study they did last year. They found that as a city, our population over the last decade has grown by about 30%. Our core area has grown by about 30%, but that the traffic volumes in that same area have only grown at a rate of about 15%. I would attribute some of that just anecdotally to this transit service, to the walkability, the bikeability, the density that we have down here. This works. This is how we deal with growth in the future. And so it's an exciting opportunity to keep doing this.
And I would add to that with WFRC, we know that if UTA or any agency does frequency and adds a transit line, it increases road capacity no matter where it is. So transit increases your road capacity, doesn't decrease it. So that's something we love to share with everyone, that if we put one that goes from Midvale to Salt Lake City, that whole area is increased capacity for roads. So we're here for the people that want to drive as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Young?
Yeah, sorry. I should have mentioned this before. So I think this is truly one of those like field of dreams moments. Like if you build it, they will come. And we see that playing out. I will say that even in asking the question about the additional streets really does come from the fact that we have so many people who are appreciative of, in my district, the 21, in terms of, being there. And then it begs the question that it's like, where else? Where else can we have like these types of, improved access to better public, transit? And so I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss the opportunity to say that this is really wonderful and we're really excited. And that if it wasn't wonderful, we wouldn't be asking where else? Like we'd be like, shut it down.
I have a whole list for you, Councilmember Young, a whole list.
Perfect.
So when you're ready to talk about it, we have a 5-year plan that actually shows where we would like to prioritize funding if we had that. So
I would be very interested in seeing
love to
that, if that
meet
could be
with you.
shared more,
Yep.
with us. Because like I said, I think that I certainly hear it from residents, and mainly in response to how great they think that service is, and opportunities for us to make sure other communities are equally connected.
thank you. It's a big thing for us, so I'd love to share the 5-year plan with you. I would just add on Lynn's note about the top 10 ridership. One of those is one that you didn't fund but worked with us to prioritize, which is the 209, which is a regional service, and it's number 2 in all of our service, number 2 in our ridership since January. So it's not just the ones that you fund, it's that connectivity, because it connects to the 9. It also connects to the 2. So those are really important connections that we are doing outside of Salt Lake City, but because of what you fund. So we will continue to look for those opportunities, Councilmember.
Thank you so much, Lynn, and thank you so much, Nicole, and I think we'll look forward to receiving that 5-year master plan.
Thank you, Council.
Service plan. Thank you. Item A2, which was a briefing for the 911 department, has been adjusted to be a written briefing. Council members, please let staff know if you have any questions about that briefing. We are now moving on to item 3, legislative intents and interim study items. At the table, we'll be joined by Allison Rowland, Council Policy Analyst, and I believe some city department directors might be available here to answer any questions. Allison, I'll let you get seated, get settled in to brief this discussion for us.
Excuse me, I had to get my cough out of the way, apparently. Thank you, Madam Chair. As you all probably recall, there was a work session back on April 21st to discuss legislative intents. That's relatively recent, about 6 weeks ago. But we do have a sort of smaller update for today. The idea is to review some new information from the administration on existing legislative intents. You can also consider policy questions and straw poll council support, if you need to change the status of specific items. So that information is in the body of the staff report. And you can also find most of it in the FY27 mayor's recommended budget, but I will note that 2 intents in the mayor's recommended budget had slight errors. One lists the wrong response to a particular item, and the other one was left out entirely, so we can go through those a little bit later. The other purpose of this update is to discuss and consider adopting any new legislative intents. We've received a few suggestions from council members, and so we're happy to take those down, and we'll review those as soon as we go through the existing ones, if that's all right. So to begin, in terms of the new information on the status of each legislative intent, the staff report lists our recommendations, staff's recommendations, to either leave an item open, or if you prefer, to close and complete or close and continue the item as an indefinite open-ended policy change. There's one staff recommendation to close an intent in the staff report, and that's in the finance department, reducing business license fees for push carts and other mobile vendors, because there was a replacement intent suggested on April 21st, I believe. There's a second one that you should consider that was my mistake in not marking earlier, and that's with the attorney's office, the FY24 pay parity among attorneys. I'll bring that up on the screen in a minute. There are also some potential policy questions noted in the context of each item. And as usual, staff will consider hold on, started to share. Here we go, I think. Sorry, no good at multitasking. So this is basically the summary of the administration responses to the legislative intent. What I'm thinking of doing, for the sake of time, is just to roll through these unless there are questions. I was going to jump to the one I just mentioned from the attorney's office, that's pay parity among attorneys. I think the policy question there should be whether the council wants to request continuing review of this sector of the city departments, and you could close and continue that. The administration did provide the comparison of city and county prosecutor salaries and concluded that they are essentially on par.
I'm not objectable to closing it if it's come to this point, and maybe there's every year or 2 years when we do this pay, we double check to make sure the parity state remain intact. But I can see just closing it.
Closing it? Okay, let's close.
Close and continue? All right. The next is in CAN, related to Don't Block the Box. In the mayor's recommended budget, there's a note that says, additionally, the proposed budget includes an increase of $100 in fines for vehicles that are blocking an intersection and safety violations similar to this, such as blocking a driveway. You may remember from the past discussion that transportation is piloting 3 different spots, which are sort of notorious for having problems with people blocking the box. So they are piloting this, and I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of the proposal to increase the fee for that to $100. I'll take that as a yes, Councilmember Petro.
Where are they again? Do we know?
Yes. Yes,
Where they're 13 East?
Yes, 13th East.
You guys are doing it wrong in District 7.
Maybe West Siders just drive better.
Which we probably do. We're a little more scared of the law. I think that we probably should close this. And I think that it would be nice to know how it worked. I don't know, how do we how do we learn?
Can we pivot it for, instead of closing, can we pivot to like monitor? Like I don't need action, I just want reporting on it.
I mean, we could request it, or you could have a legislative intent that requests it.
No, but I think if it works, I think we maybe like in the future even do like an education campaign, but I think with the temple celebration, it's not the open house, it's the temple celebration, and the other things coming up, I think we'll have a really good data set to help us decide what's coming for these other big things.
What about moving then that intent into evaluating it and potentially, if it works, incorporating in any city reconstruction? Because when we're reconstructing streets, it just may be the perfect time to include it and see if there is any other advice from the administration as far as.
Mr. Chair, not only just construction sites, but I have some intersections where it's notoriously Foothill and Sunnyside. Notoriously, people are
District 6 is also doing it wrong then.
exactly. They don't know how. Red light, green light. Yeah.
I also would like to maybe look at what it looks like for us to increase enforcement around special events. So when there's a Mammoth game or a Jazz game and people are coming in high numbers and turning right on red if someone dares to leave breathing space, I would really love to train those sorts of behaviors out of our drivers.
Yeah, I'm glad that it is being added there and see how we can verbalize that into a better
Okay,
intent.
great.
Or a more updated intent, I guess.
Right. The next item with the policy question is the FY23 Youth and Family Program streamlining. This is a process that's been going on over several years. The question is, the Youth and Family Program reported this year that they have a strategic plan now. And the question is whether the council would like to review that, since it may have implications for the future budget.
Anyone?
I would like to review that strategic plan.
Yeah. Would you feel comfortable closing this and still reviewing? Okay. I think that maybe we should close this. It seems like there's enough people noting it. But at the same time, we'd definitely like to review it and learn about how they see the future,
Okay,
especially on the era that we're living in.
yes. And you may have noticed in the CAN budget, there's an additional $800,000 this year to help support youth and families transition. So that's 2 years in a row that that federal money has not come through. In the finance department, there was a new intent that you created on April 21st. There was a report on push carts and other mobile vendors. And this replaced a previous intent that you had on push carts in terms of what the license fees were. But what the administration pointed out is that based on recent information about pending changes to city code to reflect 2023 state legislation on mobile businesses, the council may want the administration to also include information about any potential effects of state legislation on mobile vendors in this report. So would you like more information or would you not? I imagine there's an easy answer. Okay.
Can mobile vendors, public push cards, mobile vendors, this is just any kind of truck van?
At this point,
Okay.
Yes.
It could be for food or services as well? Okay. I would like to highlight that services piece too, because there is a concern from an organization about some services that are being offered outside, their location that contradict their mission.
Okay.
So seems odd to me. So I would love to see what tools do we have.
okay.
I can talk to more about that.
The next one, is the question from FY25 about policy goals for zero-based budgeting. There were actually several policy goals initially. There's only one that is still part of, or that still remains open, and that's the idea of balancing resources in the Public Lands Department. We received a pretty lengthy response from the Public Lands Department about how they're evaluating and reallocating resources, shifting staff across divisions, relying on outside contracts, and evaluating historical funding, staffing levels, and operational practices, and they also mentioned their strategic capital acquisition and asset management plan, the famous SCAMP of the Parks or the Public Lands Department. So the question for the council is whether you would like to, the SCAMP is estimated to be finished this summer, and the question is again whether you'd like to make sure you review that plan before that. Okay.
Review? We okay with closing it? Closing and review.
Close and review? Okay.
Chris? Okay, yeah.
All right, the next is the question, sorry, this is not cooperating very much. The question of the consolidated fee schedule. The intent was to evaluate the CFS in the following areas. The first is sidewalk closures, lane closures, and sidewalk fees, including potential fines for blocking sidewalks. The administration, actually, there was an error in the MRB. It wasn't the correct response. It was something similar. And so the administration corrected this response. I emailed it to you yesterday, and it is also up there on the board if you want to have a look. I won't go through it, but essentially they are in the process of complying with the intent. The next part of this multi-part intent on consolidated fee schedule had to do with reducing business licenses for push carts and other mobile vendors. This is the one that I think can be closed and considered complete. Intent in the mayor's office. Just so you know, for the FY26 streets bonds funding options, the administration is currently exploring the possibility of a transportation utility fee, which is something that the legislature has just recently allowed. So they are working on that. And on FY26, evaluating efficiencies in all diversified response teams, we just received a transmittal on this item, actually during the CRA meeting. So that one will also be coming to you soon. In public services department, in FY25, the FY25 intent on neighborhood district signs initially included both historic and current street signs or neighborhood signs. And this was omitted in the mayor's recommended budget, but it's listed out completely in actually below, but just the part that has to do with up-to-date signs, directional signs for street signs. So that's just for your information, unless you want to discuss that more. And FY15, the old favorite FY15 intent on maintenance of business districts. I think it's older than some council members, but actually the administration has reported that the Public Service Department is ready to provide costs and additional information if a briefing is requested. So if you would like to request a briefing, we can put it on the chair, vice chair for scheduling, or we can listen to Jennifer.
Sorry, I'll just acknowledge there. I think recently discussions in the Central 9th area have kind of shown a little movement on this, and maybe having a middle ground. I think when the intent was first adopted, it was with a much different idea of what maintenance meant, and so I think that we are actually moving on this item. But I think keeping it open doesn't necessarily hurt. It's just I did want to acknowledge and appreciate the work that the administration did. So.
Yeah, it's a big deal. And also with the coming of more business districts, the online of more business districts, I think it would be useful for us to understand what the expectation matches the reality, I guess.
Okay. And then the remaining ones are all council-led intents. The FY27 one on the privacy ordinance, the FY25 council member compensation, FY24 Legal Defenders Association, and FY23 rotating outside auditing of each city department. So I don't know if you'd like to discuss any of those.
I don't have any thoughts about making changes. Anybody? Keeping them open is okay for now? Okay.
Okay. So moving on to the next one, if I can find it. Perfect. Attachment number 3. These are the requested new intents that we have heard from council members so far. And so staff has drafted them up to the best of our abilities. First is for the Community and Neighborhoods, KN Department, on performance benchmarks for UTA ridership. I'll let you read that on your own, but the question is simply whether you want to adopt that as a new legislative intent.
Will you repeat that again?
Yes, whether you want to adopt the first item on the list in attachment 3, about performance benchmarks for UTA ridership.
Is there a way you can pull it up on the screen? Or?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did. It's sitting here on my computer.
You're fine.
Oh, I see. I think I have to stop that share and start another one.
Thanks, Allison.
Sorry, I rushed through it pretty quickly, huh? If you're not actually looking at it.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
This is about the UTA ridership and performance benchmarks. Yeah. Adopting that as a new intent? Yes, okay.
Okay. The second proposal, which is a long one, is for IMS. It's about citywide communications, principles, standards, and department baseline assessments on these communications.
I'm a yes as well. I think I would love to include a little thing, and is identifying potential cost savings. Again, this is what I want in my mind. There may be a bunch, but I want to give this to, the administration to tell us if it's right or not, right? So potentially in the second sentence, what it says, this will include a baseline assessment tool, listening any resources needed, evaluating current communication practices against adopted standards, identifying gaps, establishing timelines for compliance, and identifying potential cost savings opportunities.
Okay.
If anybody is okay with it.
I agree with you. I think cost savings probably is where I was going, but I just was wanting to say just efficiencies too. I feel like we have a lot of potential. We saw that here when we were deciding how to grow just council staff, trying to figure out what way to manage it. So I feel like this, the way I do about the alternative response models, like I would like to see what success is for these positions, and just to be able to evaluate, like I've been saying, like there's all the things that the city needs. Do the positions we have and the way we handle it create enough Venn diagrams that everything's being covered? So I'd like to do a gap analysis as well, kind of thing too. So just to find those efficiencies.
Yeah, identify potential cost savings and efficiencies, and maybe identify measures for success, or identifying success. I feel like that is a key to that, to your question, because because we're doing the work, we don't know what is success, and maybe when we define that, I think that will help us potentially do better. I like that. We're okay with that intent as it is, written by live?
Okay. And the third that we have, the third and final, is on the Sustainability Department, FY27, multiple recycling and yard waste can fees.
Yes.
This came up in the discussion, was it last week, about potentially charging for, or having the administration evaluate the impact of charging for recycling cans, because we don't currently, multiple recycling cans, sorry.
And yard waste ones, yes. So we're saying, can we look at that? Can we see what options there are there? And is the cost, is it okay that the cost is shared by everybody, or should we include a fee if you have more than one? So again, it's more about information to us. I think it may be useful. Thoughts? Good? Yeah? I don't see anybody saying no.
Okay.
So
And so that is all we have for new ones. I don't, maybe you'd like to, if anyone has additional legislative intents for FY27 that you'd like to add.
if you have any burning fires for new legislative intents, please let staff know. Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are moving on to item number 4 for fiscal year 2026-2027 budget for unresolved issues follow-up. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will share as soon as I can. Nope, you're fine. Maybe I'll just introduce this by saying in the staff report, we go over a lot of the questions and ideas that council members have asked about. And so we don't really have a set format for this briefing. If there's any specific topic you want to dig in more on, just feel free to raise that. One item that was not included in the staff report was that several council members have asked about reducing the council office's operations budget. So staff has looked at it and we are comfortable with that from an operations budget perspective. We would not, it would not impact the personnel side of our ledger. So we would still be able to have the intern support for the various districts. If the council wants to straw poll that, that's fine, and we can just kind of proceed with that and work through kind of what that looks like. But I don't know if you wanted more detail on that.
Is there anybody that is willing to support that straw poll?
I'm willing to support that straw poll of reducing the operational by 5% and Jennifer coming back to us.
Okay, perfect. Okay, show your feelings.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. The other item that was a little bit new information from the packets. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to highlight, so sorry for interrupting
no,
you.
you're okay.
But I wanted to highlight the work of many of you on that, on, making sure that the council also, shown by example, even within our own budget, tighten up our belts, much like every department in the city did this year. So I think that I appreciate, the work of the staff on trying to identify those cost savings opportunities. So I think that's a big deal to us. So thank you.
Thank you. The other item that was kind of new from the from what was in the packets is just some updated information on whether or not new growth comes in higher or lower than what was proposed in the mayor's budget. And so we're not asking you to settle on an idea today. Or I should say I and probably Mary Beth are refreshing that screen over and over again. We won't know until June 12th. The law gives the state until June 12th to tell us the final number. So I will text you immediately on Friday when I know what that final number is, and that will probably set us up for our conversation on early Tuesday, the 16th, when we will hopefully tee us up for adoption. But the more we can be prepared of what to do, of whether it's higher or lower, will make that conversation on Tuesday easier or harder. In the chair-vice chair meeting today, it became clear, just based on some of the ideas that have been raised, that maybe we needed some more clarity on what, if there are different hypothetical situations, hypothetically, if we want to reduce the property tax increase, if we want to change what's in the property tax increase, what does that mean? So I put together a little deck to show maybe a little, hopefully in a little different way, what you guys need to do if you want to change anything that's in the budget, whether or not it's in the property tax increase. So I think the upshot is that the new state law requires the council to show exactly what is being paid for in the property tax increase. Now, exact doesn't necessarily mean like, computers and paper clips, but it means like by department. But to the extent that you're changing the property tax amount, if you change the property tax amount, lower it, you'll need to decide what comes out of that property tax amount, because the council will have to adopt what's called a property tax impact schedule. So we have to show to the taxpayers essentially what the mayor showed to you guys when she presented the budget. So in a hypothetical number one, if you wanted to, again, this is hypothetical, this is not to say the majority agrees with this, if you want to reduce the total property tax amount, but you want to fund all of the things that are proposed in the property tax proposal, you would have to find an equivalent cut in the general fund in order to move the item from the property tax proposal to the general fund. So, for example, the firefighters for if you wanted to reduce the property tax proposal by 1.4 million, which I think is what it is for the firefighters, but you still wanted to keep the firefighters, you would have to put that in the general fund budget and then figure out how to balance the general fund budget with that additional 1.4 million cost. So it would either be 1.4 million in cuts or 1.4 million additional from fund balance that could take you down to 10%, maybe not. So again, very hypothetical, but it's just understanding that kind of trickle down effect to make sure that we're complying with the state law. Another hypothetical, let's say you wanted to cut something from the general fund. Let's say there's something in the general fund that you wanted to cut. This is more kind of a standard. This top line is a little bit more of a standard. If you wanted to cut something from the general fund, typically you would either just absorb that into fund balance, meaning you'd spend less from fund balance, or you could decide we're going to allocate that cut to some other thing, whether it's CIP, whatever. If you wanted to relate that general fund cut to reducing the property tax item, this kind of shows how that works. So you could cut the item from the general fund, which would then free up money in the general fund to pay for that property tax increase item. So I realize I'm kind of making it sound like there's two buckets, but there kind of are, and so we just have to keep track of which things are in which bucket. Does anyone have any questions? I'm putting this up just as a reminder of what is in the property tax increase proposal, and I can zoom in here.
So, Jennifer, and I think that, this is the quirks of the new law, but let's say, one of you or all of us at some point have an idea of something in the proposed budget that we want to adjust. But we want to use that as a way of saying we want to reduce the tax increase, the proposed tax increase. We have to go through that mechanism, which is, I will say, let's cut this from Department A for this amount of money. But if I want to translate that into the tax increase, I need to say, let's cut from this list of items right here, which is a tricky way. And it's somehow a very smart way of making it awkward for us to say, right? Like we're going to cut from the attorney's office or from, CAN or from public lands, right? But ultimately, the goal is not to cut from public lands or the attorney's office or CAN, is to shift the savings from the department that we really want to adjust. So it's a tricky way to go about it. We're following the law, and that's the law. It's as silly as this seems. But that is why it's a little strange. So ultimately, we might be reducing, let's say, the fire department face value for X amount of money, but ultimately we're not doing that. We may be adjusting something within the general proposed budget. But that's how we need to go about it. So thank you for those graphics. Your explanation today, clicked yet again. Thank you for doing the graphic for this meeting, because I feel like it illustrates how strange this is.
And I just wanted to maybe just, if I may, just a few more slides. This is just a snapshot of what the key changes looks like. And this kind of shows in more like Excel form the different columns. In this case, you see the general fund column, you see the funding our future column, you see the change for funding our future, and then you see the property tax column. And it's that property tax column where, as staff, we're going to make sure whatever the total amount is adds up, right? So if you end up changing something, we want to just make sure whatever is in that property tax column gets put on the property tax impact schedule. And then, of course, we want to highlight wherever you're removing things from the property tax impact schedule, if you intend to keep funding them, that we figure out a way to put it in the general fund column. This is just a reminder of the annual impact. We don't need to spend too much time on that. And then I don't know if you want to go over what are the options if new growth is greater than and less than recommended. These are just some options. If the new growth property tax revenue is greater than recommended, you could decrease the property tax increase amount, meaning if the new growth came in $1 million higher, one of your options could be to reduce the amount you're increasing property taxes. That still triggers that discussion of which items are you going to remove from the property tax impact schedule. Now, it's an easier conversation because now that you have more revenue in the general fund, you don't need to worry about what you're cutting in the general fund. But that's one option. Another option that I've heard from several is to just take that amount and put it into fund balance, recognizing that our fund balance is currently below 13%, and that's not a great way to start the fiscal year necessarily. And then we've also heard from some people to increase the amount to street maintenance or CIP or other ideas. So that's if we have more money. Oh, go ahead.
Councilor Young.
I just have a quick question. So when we're talking about property tax versus general fund, is there like a best practice guidance related to any sort of alignment with one-time versus ongoing needs related to those two funds? I'm just curious.
So the property tax impact column, which is a new concept basically, so is ongoing money.
Yeah.
So I think that really I would think of the only reason we're talking about the two right now is because of the way the law is written and the way it's written to make sure that you notify the taxpayers exactly what the property tax is paying for, but next year,
That'll
all of
all
that'll
be
be in the
together.
same pot.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
And one could argue that the proposed budget right now puts us in a place where we may be in a position where another tax increase may be needed next year. So, that to me is, dawning on me while we debate this budget.
If new growth property tax revenue comes in less than recommended, one of the items you could do is cut items from the budget. If one of the items that you're cutting is from the property tax impact schedule, but you still need the $13.5 million property tax increase to balance the budget, the council will need to figure out which item essentially to put in the property tax increase column to balance the budget. So, you'll have to figure out which items in the general fund column will have to shift over to the property tax increase column if you decide to balance the budget by cutting one of the items. So because some of the items in the property tax impact schedule are service enhancements, like legal defenders, I'm not saying that would be cut, but if you did that, you would need to identify what to put in there. Another option is to spend more from fund balance, although we all know how uncomfortable that is and how close that will put us to even 10%, which is what our bond counsel is recommending we don't go below. One option that used to be on the table that is not, just based on the noticing requirements in the new law, is increasing the property tax amount. So that used to always be an option for balancing the budget if the council kind of couldn't agree on what to cut, turn a $500,000 property tax increase into a $600,000 property tax increase. The way I understand it is that's not an option because what was advertised before June 1st was the ceiling of the tax increase. So that's it. I'll stop sharing.
So if the tax revenue came lower than we anticipated, we have lost the opportunity to adjust the tax increase to
make up for that.
To make up for the difference?
Yes.
Wow, that law was so genius and so...
I think they were trying to balance having early notification for taxpayers. But yes, it does put you in a little bit of a bind. Like I said, we won't know the final new growth figure until Friday. Right now, it's lower than, like a lot lower than what is in the mayor's current budget. The mayor's current budget has about $2.5 million for new growth, and we're seeing about 800,000. So that would be a pretty significant amount to figure out how to cut, but we'll do what we can. And hopefully by Friday, that number will change for the better. Everyone keep your fingers crossed.
So in some ways, the meeting on Thursday is to help us.
I think maybe this is a conversation for you guys, because I think there's two ways to approach it. You could have a conversation on Thursday where you kind of try and coalesce around what happens if it's higher, what happens if it's lower. You could take a series of straw polls. If there are things you want to cut from the general fund budget right now, we can go through those straw polls right now. Or we could wait and have just one bigger conversation on Tuesday, but you'd have to be ready to discuss and decide on the same day. Obviously, we would do everything we can to get you information over the weekend and put that on our website, make it public, all that kind of thing. But yeah.
This is what is complicated. So we get to decide if we have Thursday or not, but ultimately it's challenging, right? Because we're playing 3D chess, and with half the information. I mean, blinded. I mean, we're playing 3D chess with closed eyes. So we don't know how much money we're going to get. But the chances that we get lower money than we anticipated seems to be a potential. So we have to decide what we're going to cut if that's the scenario, and we have to agree to that. And then, we need to be ready to discuss it and pass it. So that's a lot of discussion and a lot of different paths that we can all take to give credit to Jennifer for flagging how complicated this process is at the beginning of the year and how adamant she was about this being a complicated process. And added to the information coming in so late in the game, right, it even complicates things more. So I leave it up to you about having the Thursday meeting, but it seems to me that it's most likely needed. But it could be an efficient meeting if we all spend time to look through the budget and try to find some consensus quickly between us. I don't know, what are your thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I would be supportive of that Thursday meeting to align around where the majority of the group is on those scenarios. If it comes above what's expected or if it comes below what's expected. So that once we get that, the new property tax growth number on Friday, we have a clear sense of where the group is, so we're able to move forward with Tuesday's meeting on the 16th.
So what about this? We ask from all of us to come back to the Thursday meeting with, and maybe staff can help us to estimate what these numbers could be, below or above, if possible. If give us some scenarios that we can work with.
Yeah. I would love to be able to do that. The fluctuation, and Mary Beth can check me here, the fluctuation over the years has been absolutely kind of crazy. We had one year where it fluctuated over $2 million, meaning the council had to cut almost $2 million in one meeting. We also had a year where we had $2 million more to spend. Maybe you start there. Maybe you start with like 1 million. 1 million up, 1 million down.
What about, I think it's harder for us to agree to cut things, right? So maybe thinking about cutting, like what are we going to, what is in your, what do you want to cut if we had to cut $1 million, addition to if the revenue came lower, and then what are all the things you want to cut? So I would say that that's what you need to come into on Thursday prepared to answer.
Is there a conversation to be had, like, is everyone at peace with the budget as it is now? Or if we're pretending that we're in a world where this money is here and new growth just comes exactly where we need it to, and this is what the sandbox, can we talk about just this budget at some point?
Yes.
And then talk about what, because for me, it's real easy once we get there, like, we know there's a fire for restaurants on Main Street, something coming. So for me, it's easy. My answer is always fund balance if it comes over, because we need a cushion. So for me, everything else becomes super, super, super easy if I know where everyone else is standing on this budget and anything they want to do. I mean, I still think this is an exceptional budget that has kind of worked miracles at a place that we didn't think. But now that we have this opportunity, I would love to talk about if that there's any manipulation to this, and especially what it looks like, because I think you're correct. Next year requires everything to go our way to not be in the same position, and I've yet to be here a year where everything has gone our way. So I'd like to prepare with a longer term lens together as well.
So for Thursday, to this point, I appreciate that. What if we come back to Thursday's homework with a scenario for a 1 million cut? Where will you cut it if it came back to it? Because we're going to go up. That's a thing that's gone from us now. So where will you cut if we had to cut $1 million? Then the second scenario is, no scenario, but what are your other cuts that you beyond that? If you want to adjust things so far, what are those? And to your point, where would that money you want it to go? Do you want it to go to reducing the tax increase, or do you want to go to fund balance? Because that changes things, right? So those are three things: 1 million cut, your own thoughts about the general budget, and then if you have changes to the general budget, where do you want that money to go? To the fund balance or to the tax increase? Councilmember Young was for Councilmember Wharton, and then Young.
He was first, yeah.
Oh, I mean, so to Councilmember Petro's question, so those that are not satisfied with the proposed budget, not to put you on the spot, but could you summarize for us like what you're thinking again so that I can think about that in my mind?
Well, but I think that's part of the discussion on Thursday that we're going to have in public, right? That we're going to come back with our own
Okay, so you might not have fully formulated those yet?
No, we have formulated.
Okay.
We talked about them, and some of those were the IMS $200,000 for creative solutions. And
I just wanted a recap of all the.
well, I don't know if that's going to be an exhaustive list.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but there were several recent staff reports that were distributed us via email that I think encapsulated some council members' questions, so that might also give you a sense of where
Okay.
people have some questions about the proposed budget.
Yeah, I have a trail of like various notes and Post-its and things from different meetings, and then I've got like an inbox full of follow-up that are like department specific. But I'm hoping we can, and like this is the purpose of the Thursday meeting, but it would be great to have I can put all that together myself, or if we have like a running list in the unresolved issues, maybe?
In the unresolved issues report.
Okay, great.
Sorry, on page 5.
Excellent.
Is the list is where the list we were keeping of what council members have specifically asked about cutting. Now there may have been new things raised even since this was published. And then there on page 4 is items to consider adjusting, which I consider adjusting upward, which is the Hive Pass, fleet fuel, and street maintenance. So in my mind, I see both.
Okay, thank you. I knew someone was keeping track of this somewhere.
Somewhere.
Okay.
But I think that would be helpful, but certainly maybe that's a fourth thing in the list is what is your response to some of the other proposals? But I'm hoping that at least we come with our own ideas to discussion. Not that we shouldn't be arguing against some of our ideas, but like the thought of coming up with $1 million cut is already overwhelming to me. That's a thought.
Yes.
So if we can at least make Thursday somehow efficient, and we can all put it on the field here and try to get an answer for the staff to work out. Councilmember Young. Councilmember Ward.
Sorry, then I have a follow-up question. Like, is there anything that anybody has put on that list that you would like to take off of that list? Because I don't really want to, I want to come prepared for the discussion on Thursday, and if there's something that, the more we can focus that discussion, the more I can focus my preparations, if that makes sense. So like if there are things that people wanted to do at the beginning that now maybe you're thinking you don't want to do.
I can pull up the staff report really quick, just so that we have something to work from.
This is a new way of budgeting. Are we excited?
Okay, so items to consider adding. If we want to adjust any of these, let me know. Some council members raised the Hive Pass, restoring the Hive Pass. It costs the city a net of $382,000 a year for about 400 users.
Who suggested that?
I think there were 2 council members that suggested it.
I suggested exploring keeping the Hive Pass, and Councilmember Dugan maybe. Again, I am not sold, but I think those are things that I would like to. You're putting Mason on the spot.
Do you want to keep them on?
For now,
Okay.
yes.
Keep it on.
Okay.
Okay. And then
All right.
fleet fuel. And yeah, this is not like a straw poll or not. It's a keep on the list, not keep on the list. Fuel, I think in the fleet discussion, it was raised that, we know that fuel prices have gone up more than is included in the current year's or in the coming year's budget. And so does the council want to wait for a budget amendment, which will be likely, or increase that budget proactively?
So
I know, we talked about that.
it's a tough one too. I mean, the premise is that most likely the department is going to come back sometime this year to ask us for more money.
But I heard a deal is very, very close on the whole Strait of Hormuz thing. So,
From who?
yeah.
How high in the?
It's more of just a feeling. Yeah, and so I think, I've heard.
How
that
much
we
money
are
is this one?
close, So,
How much money? Is this like one of those that like we don't know?
I think it's hard to know. I imagine Mary Beth and Ben's team probably knows. $2 million 2 million.
It's a $2 million ticket item. Wow.
I love
okay.
that face.
That's why there's that discussion also about, yes.
So we can leave it on. Again, we don't have to settle everything. And then street maintenance. So maybe we put these in the category of when we find new information on new growth. If there is new growth, these are kinds of things that could be funded.
Is this a Dugan
If-
thing too?
Street maintenance? Take a guess.
Dugan, you were asking for a lot this year. Councilmember Young.
There's a lot of things on the table, so any ones
so
that we
many.
could take off would be cool.
Councilmember Young.
So, at the risk of derailing the plan for Thursday, I just want to put out potentially a different approach. So, I appreciate that the harder conversation is who to cut. And I understand the why behind why we might select that for the Thursday conversation. I think one of the concerns I have in that is not just posing into the hypothetical, but also how that translates to messaging and morale, across the broader departments when we don't know that those are actions that we necessarily need to take. Now, there seems like there's also conversation and debate around where we would spend if there was additional money, and that we're trying to maybe potentially choose like one of those pathways as the focus of Thursday. I feel more comfortable having the what to do if like revenue comes back and it's incredible, yay growth, from a wanting to be thoughtful about the impacts to the greater city and having that conversation on Thursday and then the cut conversation after we have numbers. That's just my preference and my why, but I'm good with the good of the group in terms of what direction we want to go.
No, I think that that is definitely another option. It's like that we punted to actually have the numbers and deal with the problem in front of us instead of hypothetical problems. I'm open to both of these directions, but we get to decide here. So I think whomever has a different thought or supportive of this thought, this is the time to decide about Thursday.
Mr. Chair?
Eric Carson.
I understand the concern and the speaking of hypotheticals when we do not yet know what that new property tax growth looks like for this year. I will put on the record, though, that I am concerned not only about this year, but next year, and the reality that there may very well be another proposed property tax increase next year. And if we can make difficult decisions this year, it benefits us in the future. Now, I know there are several possible new revenue sources that we might be examining and looking at for next year, but some of the structural issues with our budget remain.
No, thank you. And I'll just say, I don't disagree with any of that. I think for me, it's a question of order of operations and how we consider that order of operations also related to where we're getting information to be able to have the most productive conversation possible.
I agree. Councilmember Dugan, you wanted to say something?
I think it's a valid point. What I'm thinking of now is that we should individually look at both sides. And maybe the conversations, we don't have to decide at this moment what the conversation is on Thursday because I think it could be a fluid conversation there, because we're also going to want to have conversations with the other council members on these things, because any cut that I make is going to affect all 7 of us, or maybe only one of you, or me. So we should have those conversations, and we can have those quietly on the side. But I think we need to have those conversations. I'm the point of view, and I'm talking in circles here. Sometimes you got to be honest. People know we're going to have to make a cut. People don't know we have to make a cut, but there's the potential to make other additional cuts, And we need to be honest with them that it can happen. I mean, I made the comment early on about the fleet. I said, hey, we may all need to take another cut as the year progresses because sales don't come in, the growth doesn't come in, we have an expense. So we are going to have to make some probably cuts. And this isn't the first time. So that's on the table. And let's be honest with it and let's have that conversation. So I look at both of them, but I'm also talking right now, and come Thursday, I may have a different view.
So that's either Tuesday or Thursday answer right there. Okay, thank you, Dugan, for helping.
And maybe it's just starting with the positive, and then if we have time, and again, just thought process around that. So I think that it'll become clear as we try and align on priorities for additional spending, how then that also informs then the conversation around reductions, because there'll be more clarity around kind of where each of us see those priorities, and getting to that alignment may help make the second conversation faster.
Petro?
And going back to both Councilwoman Carlson and Councilmember Dugan, I don't feel like there's any such thing as new growth coming in above.
There have been.
No. What I mean,
Oh.
what I mean is, I feel like this is one of the most responsive, excellently crafted budgets I've seen since I've been here, and I don't think there's wiggle room. And on page 32 and 33, 32 and 33 of the budget, it says that there was a use of 18.3 million fund balance and 5.9 million one-time. That means there's no new money. That means there's mitigation for future responsibility if we get there. So for me, I feel like our responsibility is to respond to this very responsive budget in ways that only improve potential stewardship here. And I'm at peace with the Hive Pass because I guarantee you I am not more passionate about bike riding than the mayor is. If she said we had to cut it, that woman did not take it lightly. So for me, I'm going, this is responsible and responsive. So for me, I'm at peace with so much of this because I feel like Mary Beth and Ben are so much smarter at making the numbers do what they need to do. So for me, the only questions become, I think the investments are exactly where they need to be, which is, we've said, the judicial system. For us, the only things, there is no such thing as coming in above. To me, there's just mitigating future risk. And I think the best thing we can do is respect the work that's gone in here. And the only question is, how do we improve the stewardship? There's no nice to have room, even if the numbers technically come in higher.
Tuesday or Thursday? Thursday or Tuesday?
I think it's a guiding principle from here into eternity.
I'm going to flip a coin. We're going to flip. Chris Warden.
Oh.
Oh, no, I wanted to, I don't even look at, I don't even know, see the lights, but I was just like, you got the break, solve the problem for all of us now.
Well, I'm a little worried about, also worried about the hypotheticals because, in the event of a tie, we have a colleague that isn't here yet that might be breaking that tie or creating that tie. So I kind of am trying to think about that dynamic as well. And
okay. Well, the proposed Thursday meeting, maybe that helps, is potentially a 4 p.m. meeting. So it's a little later. It gives us a little more time through our day to sort through the budget. And it could be potentially an efficient meeting. I think that to the point of messaging, I think that is 100% very strong, valid point. I also think that there's a double whammy there. Even if we don't do Thursday, there is also a communication problems because if we end up, some of us deciding to make some adjustments on the general budget, we still need to frame it as cutting from the proposed budget, which is weird as it's a communication problem itself. But I got 2 and 2. I mean, 1 and 1 people saying yes on Thursday, and it's a short meeting is what is proposed, starting at 4 p.m. Maybe that helps or not? Yes? Yeah, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, can I just also ask that if you know, in your moments of reflection, like decide to take things off the list, please tell me, or please tell all of us ahead of time, because that, I don't know, it's hard for me to think like, I don't know where to shuffle all these dishes. And I didn't put them on the table, so I don't really know where to prioritize
And
them.
which table do they go on? Do they go on the property tax table or the
Yes.
general table?
Yeah, so like the fewer dishes and tables would be better for me to be more prepared.
What about one of those, which is it's one that has the least amount of knowledge, since you seem to have knowledge about, the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, yeah,
but-
my insider scoop, I'm getting it right now.
Okay.
FoxNews.com.
We're gonna get protests tonight because of you. So what if we take that one off the table, knowing that it's a fleet, it's the least information, it's a lot of money, and we're okay with that one as far as like a general, or we want to keep it?
I mean, are we going to have enough in fund balance? I mean, this is a big question, but are we going to have enough in fund balance to absorb a $2 million possible increase?
I mean, I think I'm looking at Ben or Mary Beth. Feel free to come to the table if you guys happen to know how much above
They
10%
don't want to come
will
to the
be. I know. I think it probably depends. I'm just going to guess how much departments drop to fund balance at the end of the year. That's always a little hard to predict, but does tend to provide a little bit of a buffer. I mean, basically what we get presented in terms of here's what fund balance is if we adopt the budget is almost like the worst case scenario because it's all that can be confirmed. But we know based on past history that anywhere from like $4 to $5 million drops to fund balance from just departments not spending, sometimes more. So I don't want to say like, yeah, sure, we can absorb it, but because it also depends on what else is going on, given to Victoria's comment, if there's a fire or other things. So
I feel like, yay, this is going to be better than watching the president's Twitter feed. Help give me some more reliable information.
So I think the one thing to keep in mind is that a 1% currently is about $5 million. So that kind of you can keep that in perspective, right? So if you're taking 2 million, it's less than 0.5%. The other thing, when we give you the fund balance number, we don't include any revenue projections. So if the revenue projections are higher, right, which we believe they're going to come in higher, that is not included in your fund balance numbers to date because it is a projection and we only base it on what is actually happening with your budget amendments and what our beginning fund balance was after the ACFR was presented. So that is your fund balance number. So let's say it had $1 million in your revenue projections. I trust Andrew and his team. I suspect it's going to come in $1 million higher, specifically at this point in time. If we still say it's $1 million, you've got $1 million additional to what we had presented in the budget.
That was an argument to potentially removing it from the discussion. We okay with punting that one?
and we'll always remember it.
Yes.
So.
Oh, no, it's going to come back to us. Dugan, you okay with punting that one for later? Okay, we took a plate from the table, Chris Warden. We might add a couple more, so. Okay. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I think we can we'll plan on Thursday at 4, and I'll try to, maybe I'll work with you, Mr. Chair, to come up with a way to walk us through the discussion where we start with the positive, and maybe, but we still walk through scenarios. Is that kind of what I'm hearing a little bit? Okay.
Do you have any other times that anybody prefers for Thursday or no? We're good with 4? Okay. Okay, well, that was
For
fun.
later.
There is a tentative break that we're not taking. And we are moving on to number 8. The 5, sorry. Yes, I jumped a couple times, I guess. We're not taking that break anyways. Advice and consent for Salt Lake City Judicial Nominating Commission members. We're going to have the table, online, Kate Fairchild and David Quayle. This is advice and consent from us. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, I lied. Not online. Tell us why you want to be on the Salt Lake Judicial Nominating Commission.
Sure. So Kate Fairchild, Director of the Salt Lake City Justice Court. I have worked in the judicial branch of government for quite a long time, the majority of my career at this point. And I really value the values of the judiciary. I value a fair, open, and impartial judicial branch. And I would take those values to the nominating commission. And that is why I want to be a part of this.
Thank you, Council. I've worked in a variety of municipal environments, as well as spent about half of my career litigating. So I have a good sense of judicial temperament and what, at least I believe, brings what Kate was talking about to a court. So I think I could add value to our court system, our justice court, and overall public safety in the city.
Any question, thoughts? Okay, you're getting a full-blown support from the council. So thank you. And the process, we're going to be put on the consent agenda tonight, so you don't have to be there. The administration will reach out to you, as you know how to reach out to the administration as well. And thank you for willing to serve on this important position.
Thank you, Council.
Yeah, thank you.
Item number 6 is a required by law item, is a tentative fiscal year 2026-2027 budget property tax impact schedule, which is posted online and available for everybody to access. There are no reports from me, no reports from the vice chair, and other reports from the executive director, no reports from the executive director. And I will need a motion to enter a close meeting and for the purpose of strategy sessions to discuss pending and reasonable imminent litigation and attorney-client matters.
Mr. Chair, I move that we go into a closed meeting for the purpose of discussing pending litigation and receiving advice of counsel.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Wharton, seconded by Councilmember Dugan. Councilmember Young?
Aye.
Councilmember Petro?
Aye.
Councilmember Wharton?
Aye.
Councilmember Carlson?
Aye.
Councilmember Dugan?
Aye.
And I'm a aye as well. And so we are in close
Remarkable show of
meeting.
strength.
Yes. So after the closed meeting, we're going to move to the formal chambers across the hall, which is room 315, to start holding the interviews for District 4 applicants. If we could ask anyone who's not here for the closed meeting to step into the hallway as we finish this item, and then we're going to go into that process for interviews. So thank you. interview the applicants who are interested in filling the vacancy for District 4, the council seat. The city received 27 applications, and 7 have withdrawn their names from consideration. So today, for the important seat of District 4, we'll be holding interviews to 20 people. Thank you, all of you, for being here. So that we all know what to expect, here's a quick rundown on how we'll go through the interviews and the voting. Applicants were asked to respond in writing to questions as part of the application. Responses were posted online and shared with council members. For today's interviews, applicants were asked to prepare a short verbal presentation on a topic of their choice, taking no longer than 5 minutes. As a reminder, here are a few notes about how the interviews will proceed. There will be no electronic presentations such as PowerPoints. There is no Q&A or dialogue with council members. We will select the applicants in random order for the interviews, and I will call each person's name and ask that you come to the podium right there to address the council. I put all the names right here. Each applicant will be timed by council staff. Applicants will be notified of when 30 seconds remain, and again, when 5 minutes have been reached. We will take a 10-minute break midway through the interviews. And that is for our purpose to just stretch our legs. Once the interviews are done, we'll have a round of voting. If anyone receives a majority vote of the council, that's 4 votes or more, then the person will be our new District 4 council member. That's over right there. If we have a split vote, then we'll have to proceed with identifying 2 applicants for round 2. This will be either as the top 2 vote getters, if they are clear who got to that stage, or in the event of a tie vote, the selection will be based on pulling the names out of a bowl or a hat, for that matter. Round 2 will include a to-be-determined question for those 2 applicants that made it to that round, if we get there. And then the council will vote again. If at that point there is a tie vote again, or a tie vote, a state code dictates that we will have to flip a coin to determine the new council member. The new council member will be expected to take their seat tonight at the 7 p.m. formal meeting. So I will like to highlight that piece of information because the work starts immediately. There is a lot of budget sessions. There is one on Thursday. So if you're not up for the task, this is the time to tell us. Thank you, everyone, for being patient on this while this process goes through. This process tends to be pretty fluid. So without further ado, let's get started. And I will begin with calling the first applicant in random order. The list, by the way, is locked by the time I start calling the names. So if anybody didn't make it by when I start calling the names, they are not going to be interviewed today. So I'm going to call the names. Oh, one fell off. Austin Taylor.
Start my timer. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Austin Taylor. I live in District 4, and I can prove it if necessary. Since my wife and I purchased a modest Victorian cottage in Central City 5 years ago, I've dedicated my professional and volunteer capacity to building up this city that we call home. It would be an honor to serve Salt Lake City with you. Seeking opportunity for their family, my ancestors immigrated into Salt Lake City in the 1850s and built their first home in the Central City neighborhood on 900 South, 600 East. Some of them helped build the Salt Lake Temple, ran a plumbing company downtown, and even served as police chief. Like them, my family has found opportunity in District 4. We love its convenience and vibrancy. District 4's urban form allows me to live, work, play, eat, sleep, shop, exercise, and worship all within the district and without a car. Living here has allowed me to trade commute time with family time. Some might say, and I would, this is Utah's best 15-minute city. On a typical evening or weekend, you will find me on the swing set at Toffer Park with my 2 kids, playing drums at Urban Lounge or Kilby Court, or riding bikes with my 5-year-old son to the City Creek Food Court on our impressive new bike infrastructure. Many have asked me, why apply for City Council if I have to give up my job? I believe I have the most to lose among all the candidates since, as far as I know, I'm the only one who would have to find a new job. Then why did I apply? It's because I care. The first night my wife and I slept in our house, we were woken up by people fighting outside at 4 a.m. We regularly found needles and human waste in our neighborhood parks. People stole strollers off our porch and slept in our driveway. Faced with these challenges, most sane people would move. I'm not sane, I guess. Instead, I dug in and worked to improve my community. I gathered neighbors and revived the Central City Neighborhood Council. Together, we clean up our public spaces, monitor parks, and work with the city to advocate for our residents and businesses. Like Central City, Salt Lake City as a whole faces tremendous pressures: homelessness, housing affordability, a falling homeownership rate, threats to public safety, a declining Great Salt Lake, state legislation that limits traffic calming, and a lack of families and children downtown. My experience has prepared me for this moment. In watching city council meetings over nearly 10 years, I've learned that councils focus primarily on these 3 things: budget, policy, and land use. I have experience in all these categories. I learned how to budget as the director of a small nonprofit with bi-weekly payroll pressures. I learned how to analyze and propose policy in my jobs with Provo, Park City, and Salt Lake City governments. I learned about productive land use, studying real estate development and urban planning at the U, and earning my AICP certification. I learned how to, quote, speak developer, which is immensely useful for development negotiations and CRA oversight. I believe I have the most relevant experience among these applicants and would be able to quickly contribute alongside you. You've received a healthy stack of emails recommending me for this position. Many are from both Democrat and Republican current and former city council members, mayors, and state legislators. This is because I have a proven track record of working with people of all political views to solve city issues, and this is a very important skill set for a blue city and a red state. I'm not interested in political posturing or using this council seat as a stepping stone to move into another office. This is the first elected office I have run for and don't have plans to run for another. I only want to help keep this city successful, and it would be the honor of a lifetime to serve alongside you as fellow council members. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna call it another name. Caitlin Scott.
Salt Lake City Council, first and foremost, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to meet with me and the other applicants for the Salt Lake City District 4 seat. More importantly, I'd like to thank you on behalf of District 4. Your time and attention to select a new representative means everything to us. My name is Caitlin Scott, and I've lived in Salt Lake City since 2015. I received a bachelor's degree from Westminster, and afterwards I taught English in Japan until 2021, after which I moved back to Utah and settled down in District 4. I have a job as a crime victim advocate, and I sit on a board of directors for a local nonprofit whose goal is to help local families struggling with childhood terminal diagnoses. My home is nestled on a hill right next to the University of Utah, where my partner studies the environmental science and the Great Salt Lake wetlands, and they're working on a project to restore those. I love my neighborhood, and getting to know the people around me is a joy of my life. I walk around the neighborhood often, and I know who lives where, who plants what in their garden, and who works at the local coffee shop. I believe that facilitating these kind of relationships is an honor and should be something that everyone should strive to do. This kind of community relationship is not new to me. I grew up in a small town in southern Utah. It's only about 1,500 people, and it's just west of Bryce Canyon. I remember meeting my first political representative. He came and read to us when I was in first grade, so I was only about 6 years old or so. He talked to us after our class, and he talked about the importance of taking care of those around us and working for our community. He remembered me throughout my time in Panguitch. I didn't quite know what it meant to sit on city council. I was only 6 years old, and I didn't know what it would mean when he became mayor. But what I did know is every time I saw him in town, he made me feel heard and seen. Jed Arthur Cooper was my first political representative, and he knew me before I even knew what politics was. He taught me that having a representative that knows you and communicates with you on a person-to-person respectful level can change the entire way you view your role in the community and your role as a voter. Salt Lake City District 4 is a beautiful place full of hardworking and lovely individuals, but we are not without our differences. Some people, like myself, will pick the hot dog at the barbecue, and others will pick the hamburger. Some like cats, some like dogs. Some feel really strongly about something that their neighbor might not really care about. I believe that those differences only make us stronger together, and that we are only as strong as the most vulnerable of our population. I am capable of communicating clearly and effectively, and I believe that that is something that can resolve conflict before it even has a chance to begin. Had I been of voting age when Jed Arthur Cooper was my representative, we might not have agreed politically, but I know that he would have met me on a respectful level, and I will do the same if I am selected for the Salt Lake City District 4 seat. We the people deserve someone who will see us and hear us and communicate with us. We deserve the chance to do this and speak to City Council, and we have the opportunity of a lifetime to make a change in our community. Something I've been passionate about since I was just a child, and it's something I hope to do and make a change on a political level now. On a day-to-day basis at my job, I am constantly taking complicated terms and legalese, and I am translating it so that the people that I work with understand what's going on and are fully informed as to what everything means. The court process and the laws are really complicated, and it's one of my biggest honors to be able to work with people that way, and I hope to do so here too. I aspire to make sure that everyone I meet feels important and seen. They are important to me, not only just for being a person and existing, but because they have a very important role in our government. City Council is one of the most important steps, I think, in our government, and we have an opportunity to make a change as voters, and hopefully I have an opportunity to make a change on the District 4 seat. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna call another name. Lila Rosenfield. I will apologize for my accent. I'm pronouncing your names wrong, most likely, and if you get selected, you're gonna get used to it, but help me out too. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Council, and happy Pride Month. I want to start by thanking you for providing me this opportunity to apply to represent District 4. I care deeply about the people in the city and the people of this district and would be delighted at the opportunity to serve alongside you in our shared effort to make Salt Lake City better. In my cover letter, I identified the ways in which I am uniquely qualified for this position and ready to get to work. I discussed how Salt Lake City is my home and how I believe it can be a home for everybody who chooses to belong here. I know you may recognize me in part from the times in which the veracity of that belief put me at odds with this council. I nevertheless believe that working together and building coalitions to fight for the city we all care deeply about. I provided an overview of my technical expertise. I have an education in city and regional planning and experience working in the public sector, fighting to make government services work for everyone. I have made plans and watched as those plans are cut down by difficult fiscal realities, especially in light of the broader political economy. As public leaders, council members have to evaluate trade-offs, synthesizing input from the public and external pressures that are facing our city. I believe I can serve as a bridge and will work to make sure that I am reflecting the needs of the residents in District 4. I talked about the unique perspective I would bring to the council. I'm a renter and a queer trans woman. I understand better than most the twin threats of the affordability crisis and rising intolerance. Our city has benefited greatly from having diverse representation and a majority of council members being from the LGBTQ+ community. While ultimately our success is measured by how well we serve all our constituents, and certainly being part of a marginalized community does not make anybody exempt from bad behavior, it would nevertheless be deeply meaningful for me to continue the trend of having a wide diversity of voices on the council. Beyond who I am and my experience, I want to talk about what I believe. If I were to join the council, I would be excited to work to help shepherd the expanding housing option zoning modifications across the finish line. I believe that these changes will do a great deal to increase the supply of middle housing in our city. I also believe that there are additional opportunities to engage with the details of building and fire regulations to further expand the diversity of housing forms in the community. That said, as was identified by the Thriving in Place project, building more housing isn't enough. We also need to protect existing residents. While the state places severe limitations on what we can do to prevent renters, I nevertheless believe that we need to explore additional municipal policy avenues for making sure that everyone is able to stay in their homes, renter or homeowner. I also hope to help us to recommit to the Housing First policy approach that saw so much success in the early 2010s and commit real resources to totally ending homelessness in Salt Lake City. Beyond the built environment, there is much work to do. Our city and values are under threat by hostile federal and state governments. The City Council is on the front lines of defending the most vulnerable members of our community against ICE by opposing through all legal means the ICE detention facility. On transport, while SB 242 made permanent many of the restrictions on what we can do with our own streets, I still think there are many opportunities to make it easier to exist in SLC without a car, making the city both more livable and more affordable. Finally, I hope that to support bottom-up enterprise in communities that are historically left out of the picture by facilitating better conditions for food trucks and making life easier for street vendors. I understand that whoever is appointed today will be thrown into the work of City Council starting this very evening. I want to give you the confidence that I am ready to roll up my sleeves and get to work. As a current member of the Planning Commission, I am already deeply involved in the functioning of the municipal machinery of Salt Lake. As a community member and organizer, I am well attuned to the struggles faced every day by Salt Lakers and residents of District 4. I am deeply entwined with my community, and I believe I can use this position to further serve my neighbors, providing constituent services and helping people navigate the complex and intertwined systems that constitute a place like Salt Lake. None of this matters if I'm unwilling to get stuff done on council. I will bring my whole self to this job. I plan to thoroughly read every document, to engage thoughtfully and professionally with both city staff and council members, and to fight doggedly for the city and the residents of District 4. There are days that will not be easy. I know that. I embrace it. But it would be the honor of a lifetime to serve alongside the members of the council. I hope you will consider me for the position.
Thank you. Jeffrey Wilborn.
Good afternoon, members of the council. I'm a resident of District 4. It's humbling to be here, not only to be considered as serving as part of this council for this great city and this great country, but meeting the people around the room and knowing with a high confidence that whoever you pick today will lead to great representation for my district, and that fills me with hope. For my part, I have led organizations of hundreds around the world. I have overseen high eight-figure budgets. I have been an IT executive and engineer poised in the midst of the AI challenges that we face right now. I've sat on community councils, and I've been active in politics since I was a teenager with more opinions than experience. So I'm not suggesting that credentials don't matter. They do. But even more than credentials, we need commitment. More than power, we need leadership. And more than connections, we need connection. The kind that understands who we know is a phrase that should be inclusive and not leave people out. The kind that knows people's names and lives and needs. Salt Lake has always been a harmony of contradictions, going back to our early years of Mormons and miners. We are a mosaic of diverse experiences and identities that come together in a harmony of community that is unique in our country. There is no other place like it. I know it and I have lived it. I am a bisexual man with deep family roots in the LDS Church. I have spent my career as a corporate executive. My wife is a public educator with the Salt Lake District. I am not actively religious, and she is sincerely spiritual. Our 3 kids walk their own paths. Our daughter has overcome numerous physical challenges to graduate from East High this year. Our son came out recently in a time when unfortunately we still have to fight for acceptance. And our youngest daughter inspires me every day with full confidence the future will be female. And every evening we come together at our table and we belong. That's what Salt Lake is at its core, is belonging. The kind that comes from different experiences, diverse identities, and sincere lives. District 4 is one of the truest expressions of that. We are business owners, we are workers, we are artists, we are students. We are families of every meaning of the word. We are downtown towers and 100-year-old homes. We are people of faith and people with pride, and we are lifelong pioneers and new pioneers coming every day. Whether a city succeeds is whether its people succeed. And I believe the greatest act of compassion for a government is empowerment. That's the real work of governing. And this council has a heavy slate in front of it in that regard. Major downtown projects, constant affordable housing questions, fighting for the unhoused among us, fighting with a legislature that loves to fight. And the all matter measured in the terms of the people that they serve. Whether it's to build the tallest towers downtown has ever seen, or to raise taxes to fill necessary services, it is vital that we are always asking who it helps and who it costs. We must never aim to be a city that would trade community for concrete. I believe that the best government sits with people who will never share our politics and finds a way to serve them anyway. That's what Salt Lake has ever said. That's what Salt Lake has always said, is that you don't need to leave yourself behind to be one of us. It's in our blood, it's in our soul, it's in our oldest communities, and it's our newest communities now. I know whomever you choose is going to serve our district well. My hope is that you choose someone who governs for every person in it, the people who don't fit in the boxes and the people who don't want to, the ones the city was built by and the ones that it will continue to rise with. In District 4, I believe that's everybody, and I would be honored to be selected to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda Shear.
Thank you. 24 years ago, I moved to Salt Lake City to become the Dean of Architecture at the University of Utah. Under my guidance, the college added the Department of City and Metropolitan Planning, and I am so proud of its distinguished graduates, including a couple of candidates here. People like Laura Hansen and Ashley Cleveland, Amanda Roman, Weston Clark, and Anna Valdemoras. I'm kind of a nerd about cities. I've worked on Main Street program in Houston, affordable housing in Boston, redevelopment and preservation in Cincinnati. As a college professor, I specialized in urban design and urban history. Of course, I knew a little bit about Salt Lake before coming, but the pictorial views from the late 1800s give you the impression that Salt Lake is similar to most Western towns. Nothing could be further from the truth. The streets are so wide an 18-wheeler can easily make a U-turn, and a 727 can make a tight landing. The blocks are so big you only need one to build a professional basketball arena. Little alleys poke halfway into every block. It's a startling, enormous checkerboard grid spread over 4 square miles. What kind of game were these guys playing? Although Joseph Smith envisioned his city of Zion as a glorious, compact city, when it came to laying out Salt Lake, it seemed Brigham Young wasn't really all in on urbanism. So he tweaked Joseph's plan to create a sort of farm-like village, house lots more than an acre, with space in the yard for sheep and chickens, vegetables, orchards, and stables. This village density was a mistake. There was a desperate need to accommodate thousands and thousands of refugees and immigrants from all over the world. So the always practical pioneers made do with the street grid as laid down, but over many years they carved up the oversized lots for multi-story apartments, stores, and small houses, and they built small alleys to penetrate those big blocks, building a dense, diverse city as they went. This unique, half-built, oversized, jerry-rigged, and quirky city intrigued me, both as a scholar of urban design and a planner. A few weeks after arriving, I was right at this spot, testifying about some proposed design guidelines for downtown. I followed it up with service on the Envision Utah Board, the County Center for the Arts Board, the Assist Board, the Art Space Board, the Preservation Utah Board, and the Downtown Rising Project. I always advocate for more sensitively designed development. As a member of the RAC and later the Planning Commission, I spent 16 years at the table in room 326. This City Council and the CRA and the city staff have made incredibly effective zoning decisions and allocated resources so that District 4 and the entire city now accommodate complete streets, tall buildings, and diverse land uses. I am pleased to acknowledge how recent actions on affordable housing, updated zoning, and open space and trails are bearing fruit. The city has used opportunity zones to effectively spur development, and I am excited to work in the Central City Zone to be sensitive to the historic scale of the neighborhood while renewing it. Homelessness, affordable housing, safety, equity, quality of life, and transparency are important in every district. But the enormous public investment that the city and state and county are making in infrastructure and new development in District 4 mean that it's critical for council to have the kind of experience that I have as an urban designer, planner, and architect. I have been actively involved in downtown for 2 decades. In all those efforts, the voices of business and church leaders, real estate developers, and state legislators have sometimes overwhelmed both the council and the district residents. It is long past time for my delightful and quirky neighbors to be represented effectively. I believe, and research shows, that if we build a great city for our residents, visitors and commuters will flood the city to enjoy its quality of life and its temple, theaters, sports, and art. I know that I can be a very strong and knowledgeable advocate for the residents of District 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Javier Chavez Jr.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon, council members, council staff, District 4 community. Thank you for this opportunity. I am honored and humbled. Es un placer estar aquí. The topic I'd like to discuss is economic opportunity for all, which I identified in my submission. I was born and raised in Ogden, Utah. My family was pretty poor, and we didn't have a lot. I grew up in the 80s and 90s where violence and gangs ruled the streets of downtown. It was a dark time. One of the worst parts of that experience was feeling like nobody gave a damn. I felt marginalized. I felt like I didn't have a voice and nobody listened. Some people in this district and in this city also feel marginalized, frustrated because they feel like nobody is listening. Now, as a lawyer with a 19-year successful career working for large law firms, as an executive for 2 Fortune 500 companies, starting my own businesses, and now my own law practice here in District 4, I don't feel as left out. People listen to me now, for the most part. But those early formative experiences of my childhood forever marked my world outlook. Those early challenges taught me compassion, concern for others, concern for the less fortunate, those who feel voiceless, just like I felt voiceless. This is the reason why I co-founded the Utah Hispanic Bar Association, a nonprofit of Latinx, Latina, Latino lawyers and legal professionals dedicated to serving our communities. I was the first president and part of the inaugural board of directors. We founded this affinity group because there was a gap in legal services to Spanish-speaking peoples and business owners. Salt Lake City is positioned to be an economic global player, and it's exciting. So it's important on our way up that we make sure we don't leave people behind, those who are in the margins, people experiencing homelessness, unemployment, inflation shock. It's vitally critical that people feel they are actively participating and benefiting from the economic power that is happening in Salt Lake City, not just passively observing or worse, being pushed aside. How do we make this happen? 2 quick examples. First, enhance Salt Lake City's economic spend on local suppliers and procurement opportunities to small businesses. Specifically, Certified Disadvantaged Business Enterprises, DBEs. Ensure that we lift up local businesses that need it, like DBEs. This way, we can help ensure active participation in the economic prosperity of our city. As a small business owner myself, this is very important. Second, affordable housing. Yes, fair rentals, but not just rents. We need pathways to home ownership so you can build a life here, have equity, skin in the game. If you own something here, you have a vested interest in the community. You feel part of it, not just outside looking in. I know you're saying, Javier, we're already doing this. Yeah, I know. My goal is what fresh, new, outside of the box ideas, policies, and incentives we can bring to the table to accelerate and scale what you are already doing. You've seen my credentials. I have a law degree. I've practiced law for over 19 years. I have an MBA. I've worked for big companies. I've worked for small companies. I've founded companies, including a craft brewery from scratch. I have over 35 years experience in restaurants. My whole life has been in restaurants. I'm on the board of billion-dollar revenue organizations with complex billion-dollar budgets, just like Salt Lake City. I've looked at Salt Lake City's budget very closely. I'm prepared. I'm ready to go. For the record, I have a similar last name as the former council member of the person who held District 4. I am not related or associated to that former council member in any way. I look forward to working with you to make District 4 in Salt Lake City a better place to live and work and be. Ha sido un placer y espero trabajar con ustedes. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Clayton Schreiber.
Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for the opportunity today. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the applicants and recognize them for being willing to step forward and serve their community. A few years ago, I was working out across the street at the Planet Fitness with my workout gym buddy, Will Bagley. If you ever had the chance to know Will before he passed, he was a well-known historian of the West and a keen observer of the world around him. So a couple years ago over there, I was telling him I was going to run for city council. And he looked at me dead in the eye, and with a few choice four-letter words removed, he said, "Clayton, city council? That would be a terrible job. You'd be perfect for it. Funny as he was right about one of those things and a little off about the other. I'm pretty sure what he meant was it would be challenging. And in the years since his passing, I think it's only gotten more so. I've spent the last 25 years working in and around local government. I've worked at the state, the county, and the city level. And what I've experienced is that people feel less connected the further away you get from them. So increasingly, they turn to cities. When housing becomes unaffordable, when transportation becomes frustrating, when a business struggles, they don't call Washington, they call on you. More and more cities are being asked to help solve problems that are often bigger than cities themselves. That work is difficult, but it is important. District 4 has been my home for 3 decades. It's where I got my first job taking tickets at Charlie Square Movie Theater. It's where I built my career, and it's where I'm raising my family. In 2023, I had the time of my life running for this seat. I had the privilege of knocking over 2,000 doors in my neighborhood from my campaign mobile office, my bicycle. I heard concerns about housing, transportation, public safety, growth, and affordability, but I also heard something else. No matter where I went in my district, whether downtown, East Central, or Central City, people all wanted the same thing: a city that listens, a city that works, and a city that feels connected, and a city that will never stop working to support and protect the most vulnerable neighbors, especially when threats and challenges come from beyond City Hall. This appointment comes at an important time. The budget before you reflects the reality that every local government is facing. People have high expectations, and the cost of delivering services keeps going up, and we have to make difficult choices. As we look to 2034 and beyond, out of respect for your time, I won't go through all of our opportunities and challenges we face, but they are many. I believe I bring 3 things to this role. The first is experience. I understand what we face, and I know what effective leadership looks like, and I'm prepared to demonstrate it. Second, connection. Beyond being a 30-year resident of this district, it's not just that I ran for this seat, but how I ran that matters. During my canvass, I listened far more than I talked, and I ran a positive, neighborhood-focused campaign that focused on centered on connecting people to the city. The third is stability. The seat has seen a lot of changeover in recent years, and I believe residents deserve the representation that is connected, experienced, and prepared to stay engaged during the duration of this term and beyond. If appointed, I would honor your trust by serving the city to the best of my ability, guided by my experience, grounded in connection to my constituents, and affirmed by a commitment to serve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Pamela Silverman.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about why I care so deeply about this city and why I'm ready to serve on the Salt Lake City Council. I have called Salt Lake City home for 30 years, including the past 20 in District 4. In that time, I've built a strong commitment to this community and a clear understanding of both its strengths and the challenges we face. My background in public service, program leadership, and community partnership have prepared me to step in and contribute from day one. For more than 25 years, my work has focused on helping communities thrive, strengthening systems, and making sure programs meet the needs of the people they serve. I've worked across nonprofit organizations, higher education, and government-adjacent roles, always centered on community impact, accountability, and practical results. I currently serve as Deputy Director of Programs at Church World Service, where I oversee more than $200 million in federally funded programs that serve refugees, immigrants, and new Americans across 40 offices nationwide. My role requires disciplined oversight, sound judgment, and the ability to align strategy, compliance, and service delivery across diverse communities skills that translate directly into effective public service and public leadership. My work has required me to make difficult decisions, balancing competing priorities and stay accountable for results. It has also shaped the leadership approach I would bring to the City Council, thoughtful, practical, and grounded in the lived experience of the people affected by those decisions. Beyond the scale of the work, what matters most to me is how systems serve people. I've spent my career navigating the requirements of public funding weighed against the realities of the people it is intended to support, with the goal of expanding access to housing, healthcare, education, and opportunity. That experience has shown me how decisions made at the top affect the lives of vulnerable individuals and communities, and that is the perspective I would bring to every decision I make. I've also stayed closely engaged in the Salt Lake community. I currently serve as Vice Chair of the Salt Lake City Human Rights Commission and previously served for 7 years on CDCIP, including 3 years as Chair. Those roles have given me direct insight into the city's policies and budgeting processes, while keeping me closely aligned and connected to resident concerns. Across my professional and volunteer experience, I've developed expertise in housing, healthcare, immigration, and economic equity, areas the Council is actively working to address. I would bring that experience to the role in 3 important ways. First, I bring extensive experience managing complex systems and budgets with a strong focus on accountability and measurable outcomes. Second, I bring a deep understanding of community needs, particularly among vulnerable and underrepresented populations, and a commitment to ensuring policies are responsive and equitable. And third, I bring a collaborative leadership style, one that values partnership, listening, and data-informed decision-making. Salt Lake City is a dynamic and growing city, but it also faces real challenges that many of our applicants have addressed today. From housing affordability and economic opportunity to public safety and sustainable inclusive growth, meeting those challenges requires thoughtful leadership, strong collaboration, and consistent follow-through. Throughout my career, I have focused not just on shaping strategy, but on delivering results, tracking outcomes, adapting when needed, and staying focused on impact. I would bring that same approach to the City Council so Salt Lake City can remain a place where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you for your time, for your leadership, and for your consideration. I would be honored to serve and to help shape Salt Lake City's future.
Thank you. Jennifer Napier Pierce.
Council, I do not envy you. This is a formidable crowd, and I'm grateful to be part of it. My name is Jennifer Napier Pierce, and I would be absolutely honored to represent the people of District 4. Just a few things about me that are on my resume. I was raised in Magna on the west side, the daughter of a 4th-generation Utahn and an immigrant from Tonga. After graduating from the U, my husband and I moved to the Bay Area for work and more schooling, but returned to be close to family and opportunity. And I'm proud to say that Salt Lake City has been my home for the past 25 years, 15 of those in District 4. I now work on Main Street downtown. We've raised our kids in the city, proud graduates of West High School, and every day I walk my dog through the neighborhood and city parks. Salt Lake City has been a regular feature in my career. Fun fact, I launched a radio show called City Views, where we talked about city government, local business, schools, social issues, and broadcasted from a tiny little studio across the street at Library Square. As editor of the Salt Lake Tribune, I made sure our team remembered the name on our masthead and drilled down on the issues that mattered to our capital city. At the state, I was able to immerse myself in policies that affected the city, from homelessness to housing to the Great Salt Lake. And now at the George S. and Dolores Dory Eccles Foundation, I think deeply about how philanthropy can make a meaningful difference, partnering with the city and our local nonprofits, particularly in our capital city. As you can see, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this place, its rich, complicated history, its dynamic, diverse people, the problems that we face together, as well as the city's incredible potential. And that's really why I'm here today. This is such a consequential time for Salt Lake City. The city's growth is outpacing the state's. More people now live in the city than ever before. Our skyline is booming with new office buildings and apartments shooting up all across the city. We've got a new entertainment district coming online, a new hockey team, the best airport in the nation. Millions come to Salt Lake City, and they will come next year to visit the new Temple Square. And of course, the Winter Olympics is looming in just 8 years. With this growth comes tremendous challenges, some of which may be the most complex our city has faced. Despite thousands of new units, housing remains hard to find and too often unaffordable. We've got to make sure that it's possible to live, work, play, raise a family right here in the city, and that starts with building housing at every price point. As we grow, we need to ensure the quality of life in every part of our city keeps pace, and that means making sure our streets are walkable, our parks are safe, we have trails, places to gather. We need to beautify our downtown and attract more businesses that will bring good-paying jobs and keep our economy vibrant and strong. We've got to support our neighborhoods, our incredible neighborhoods with exceptional city services. We must be responsible stewards, protecting our air and saving the Great Salt Lake. And crucially, amid all the change, we need to make sure that love remains the core of our identity and that Salt Lake City stays the most welcoming place in the state of Utah. You know it better than most. City government is where the rubber meets the road. And what city government does and then in this moment is going to shape the next 10, 20, 50 years. I want to be a part of it. I don't pretend to have all the answers. I have a ton to learn. But if selected to serve my fellow residents in District 4, I would bring a fresh eye and do what I did for so many years as a reporter. I will do the homework. I will ask hard questions. I will listen with empathy and give voice to the voiceless. I will collaborate and be transparent, and I will bring all of my institutional knowledge, my broad relationships and experience, my spirit of innovation, and my whole heart to make the capital city thrive. It would be a tremendous honor to represent those in Central City, East Central, and downtown. And so tonight, I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you so much for your leadership and your service.
Thank you. I'm going to call this last name before the break. So we're going to take a break after this name. So stay tuned after this. Gavin Sir.
Hey everyone, I'm Gavin. I was the fourth of 5 kids raised by a single mom in Grantsville, but I've been a District 4 person since approximately the time I developed object permanence. When I was 15, for instance, I got a scar right here trying to longboard down State Street, starting at the Capitol. I fell down twice before getting to North Temple and did not make it to the coffee break. But I kept coming back anyway. Today, I'm a high school debate coach, server, and bartender who likes to read things. And if I'm being completely honest, I'm here to address my own anger. For 7 of the last 8 years, I have rented apartments here in District 4 because I love my district and my city. We know that this isn't just some economic engine. People live here, and we stay here because we love our neighbors and this place, even though we're cognizant of our problems. This district is where Salt Lake City's east meets west. We are a melting pot within a melting pot where our contradictions as a city are most clearly displayed. I live in a block that was redlined in 1940. But today, luxury apartments continue to sprout up with street-level businesses on the ground floor. They surround the urban crossroads. And I have to say, I love living next to the urban crossroads. In my mind, it is a sign of our collective prosperity, of our empathy, and of our commitment to making evidence-based decisions when we solve our most pressing challenges. I'm not any angrier at people without leases or mortgages than I am at the police or landlords or anybody else. I'm just angry about these problems and the fact that they persist. And I try to keep three things in mind when I'm angry. The first is agency, because I think we're all better off when we have it. As a high school debate coach, I've mentored 2 national champions and 17 state champions in 8 years. It's not because the kids say the things I tell them to. They usually don't. I think it's because I let the kids research whatever they want. And we capture network effects from that. The future chemist wrote the pandemic scenario. The first-gen immigrant will defend unions, and the future lawyer will object on constitutional grounds. They're all expected to annotate research for both sides of the argument. And because they're intrinsically motivated, I coach one of the biggest debate programs in the state of Utah. And in an algorithmic age, I think that we need more intrinsically motivated researchers than ever. I'd be a defender of agency and autonomy on the city council too. I'm a Rio Grande Plan fan because I believe that every Salt Laker should be able to drive, walk, or ride to work, whatever they want. I'm an environmentalist, horrified that federalism risks shrinking our green loop concept because to me that is an expression of our values, which would offer every Salt Laker an affordable lane on which to get to work, school, or play. The second is transparency. Any property tax increase is a real burden for real people. It's the type of vote that really could mean someone in search of shelter who otherwise wouldn't be. There are a lot of elected folks who would be tempted to use budget gimmicks to conceal the costs of their agenda. But I support the mayor's revenue idea because I think so many of our problems are caused by the distribution of health and wealth. And the work this city does is too important to defund, be it because of inflation or federalism. As a council member, I'll be conscientious of trade-offs and frank about the values that guide my vote. The third is long-termism. My Park City bartender colleagues and I expect to make $15 an hour more during the 2 weeks that Sundance used to be. I supported our application to keep the festival. It was smart, but I wouldn't have wanted us to try to outbid Colorado to keep it, especially when the public and personal opportunity cost is as high as it is. My instinct is to use progressive zoning and infrastructural investments to guide development rather than subsidies. To the extent I support preferential tax and spending, peek at the Forbes articles that I linked in my resume. You'll be unsurprised to hear that I think it's very wise to push opportunity zones south and west, literally and generally, but to do so in a way that minimizes involuntary displacement. I want to close by admitting that it's very humbling to be here amid so much and such varied expertise. This is why I'm here. It's the well-read, well-meaning people that you can meet in a coffee shop, any coffee shop really, here in the city. It's the people here that I met when I was a teenager that made it so obvious to me that I couldn't stay in Grantsville. I feel lucky to live where there are so many decent people, and I love meeting people who are different from me. I'm in this room now because I'm tired of feeling angry, but also because I'm tired of feeling powerless. And I'm here because I can't shake the feeling that I owe this district and city.
Thank you, Stan.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a break, so give us 10 minutes. Thank you, all of you who have presented, and all of you that are going to come in next. let's do this again. The next name is George Hoffman.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm George Hoffman. I'm an attorney. I've been in private practice of law for the past 28 years. The last 22 in this district. My office is at 3rd South and State Street with the law firm Coney Kinghorn. I specialize in bankruptcy and insolvency law. I always have throughout my career. I have focused on turning around businesses, on allowing individuals to receive discharges of their debt and start over. I'm one of 6 attorneys on the panel of Chapter 7 bankruptcy trustees in the state. Because of this background, I think I would bring unique perspective and skills to the council where I selected. My expertise is both legal and financial in nature, and I think many of the issues the council is likely to face are very much in that vein. For example, there's the inland port development and litigation surrounding that. There is the ICE facility on the west side. And obviously there's budget and fiscal issues that are pressing on the council even now. So I believe my professional background would benefit the city and the council where I selected. If I were selected, I would focus on 3 main priorities. The first is supporting the city's unhoused population. The second is making the city a more affordable place to live. And finally, climate resiliency, and particularly taking action to address the plight of the Great Salt Lake. Now, supporting people experiencing homelessness and transitioning as many of them as possible to permanent housing, in my view, requires an all-of-the-above approach. Resources have to be allocated to housing affordability, to the availability of temporary housing for those who need it, mental health resources, addiction resources, and more. Because I both live and work downtown, I encounter people struggling on the streets every single day, and that's what motivates me to do something to improve their environment and their well-being. Somewhat related to my first priority is the issue of affordability, and particularly housing affordability. I believe that development that spurs and generates affordable housing options should be encouraged, especially affordable starter homes within the city. I would also favor policies that favor low-income housing units available within the city, which are much needed. And my final priority would be concerning the environment and particularly the plight of the Great Salt Lake. One of the most rewarding cases I've had the privilege of working on is working as an attorney for the state of Utah on the U.S. Magnesium bankruptcy case. And recently I represented the state. A couple months ago, it acquired $30 million worth of land and water rights, which I think is a great start to addressing the problems of a shrinking lake, but clearly much more actions needed to avoid truly catastrophic consequences. I'd favor policies that improve the flow of the water to lake using whatever means are available at the city's disposal, including reducing grass landscaping by both the city and its residents. And I think a lot of the city's policy decisions can clearly affect the lake, whether that's the control of the canyon's watershed resources or the administration and development of the airport. Now, although these priorities I've identified would be my priorities where I selected, it's worth emphasizing that there's plenty about the city that's truly great. My wife and I both love living in a diverse and vibrant downtown, and there'll be many opportunities, I think, for this council to maintain and improve the quality of life in District 4. The Olympics are going to be here downtown before we know it. And I'm very interested in the Main Street Promenade in particular because Main Street's my backyard. And I'd like my backyard to be a beautiful place, not just for myself, but to share with my neighbors and visitors to this great city. Thank you for your consideration for this open council seat.
Thank you. Tom Merrill.
Okay. Chair Pui, Vice Chair Carlson, council members, Mayor. As a lifelong resident of D4, I'm grateful that I can come before you and make the cases why I'd like to serve as your colleague at this pivotal moment, not just for the district, but for the city as a whole. First, let me start with why I threw my hat in. Number one, the city needs a focused council member in D4 who is both ready and familiar with the work to be done. Over the past 10 years, I've jumped in to every opportunity the city has allowed me to join: street lighting, noise reduction, transportation, Main Street, most recently the Parks Board. Each opportunity has both humbled me in how much I've had to learn and prepared me to step in now. Beyond my service, I've raised a family here, and I'm intimately familiar with what makes this city great for our little ones, but also where we need work. I'm here for the long haul. The next 10 years in D4 are going to be transformational, and we need continuity. I'm not running for mayor, Congress, or anything else. If my neighbor constituents will allow it, I plan to welcome the world back here in 2034. I'm ready on the budget, not because I've watched 20+ hours of department presentations and council deliberations, but because I personally oversaw a multi-million-dollar budget of a 2-tower residential community, the American Towers. Strikingly, similar issues, I should add, slowly accumulating infrastructure needs, meeting service demand expectations with the same or fewer personnel. The list goes on. And last, I'm a big believer in coalition building. Oftentimes, people need to get brought into the issues personally to get past talking points or preconceived notions. I believe strongly that certain elected officials would view our city differently if we invited them in more often, and that's exactly how I work. I'd like to use the rest of my time to outline what I plan to do as a council member. As I laid out in my application, there is a real risk that downtown continues to suck up all the oxygen in this city. Your districts deserve your full attention. You can count on me to carry the weight of the D4 issues. My priorities boil down to 3 main items. First, prioritize our homelessness response system. I want to be the council's bulldog on this issue. That means showing up to point-in-time counts, code blues, representing our needs and priorities in every room where this issue is being discussed. Personally doing my part to strengthen the relationship between the essential stakeholders. At times, it also means pushing state and county partners to do their best work, to find the funding, and sometimes get out of the way. Second, I want to add residential power to our public safety efforts. There's a saying in social science relating to public safety and third spaces that goes, people make parks safe. The idea that eyes on the street are in and of themselves a form of public safety, and that they deter antisocial activities like drug use, public urination, etc. I believe Chief Red has done the initial work in disrupting the hot spots like Jordan River Trail in the North Temple section, Main Street, and others. It's now up to us to fill in this space. Money spent pulling people out of their homes and out of their digital worlds and into the community is money well spent. I'm a big fan of the Downtown Alliance and other initiatives, the blocks. Programming also through CAN and public lands has clear ROI that I'd like to see made more explicit. Last, I want to leverage a resident-driven economic strategy. Over the past 10 years, there's been a wave of investment downtown, much of it focused on the commuter and visitor economy. The money being left on the table is the huge and fast-growing new group of downtown residents. Earlier this year, I shared a collection of strategies with the mayor's office based on my experience as the Downtown Community Council Chair in years past that I believe will go a long way to strengthen the relationship between our residents and the small businesses that need them. I've already started to partner with the Salt Lake Restaurant Association on pilots, and we can talk about that later. In closing, I just want to say that I'm not here today asking for a seat. I'm offering to serve as your colleague in carrying the weight of this great city, and I hope you'll let me join you.
Thank you. Thomas Christensen.
Before I begin, I want to thank all of you for your leadership during the past few weeks. I can't imagine the tumult of these few weeks, and I hope that each of you and all of those who've been affected by recent events can heal. 27 people applied for this position, including several people I've heard of, and none of whom have heard of me. I'm probably not the most qualified candidate. In any case, you already have my application materials. You know my priorities and my experiences. I don't want to pitch me right now. I want to pitch this city. I've never lived anywhere quite like Salt Lake City. I grew up here, but I've lived in DC and Los Angeles and New York and San Francisco, but nowhere is like here. Salt Lake is a city that is committed to renewing itself for its community. It's a city that's still building. It's a city that feels like we aren't quite where we want to be, but we're getting there together. I'm very excited to call Salt Lake City my home both now and for the long term. My partner makes fun of me sometimes because I'll corner her dad at some family party to tell him all the awesome things that our city has in store over the next 5 years. Things like real green space downtown, more streets like 9th South, with restaurants and foot traffic and shade, 3 professional sports teams potentially, a renewed gateway and arts district, a transit hub at the historic Rio Grande Depot. A boy can dream anyway. Even if not the Rio Grande Depot, at the very least real connection between the east and west side. And speaking of the west side, a community transformed by different ballpark-themed investments. I'm amazed to see real investment in neighborhoods that have been ignored for too long. Most important, I've just described a lot of cool growth things that are happening in the city. But more important than all of this growth is that it's not that we're just growing, it's that we're growing for everyone. Which is the case because this council has insisted on it. And I know that you'll continue to insist that we do grow and that we do build, but that we do it together. I love the city, I believe in it. I ask this council to pick someone who will continue to help build a city for everyone. This starts with strengthening our downtown, investing in our historically underserved neighborhoods, and expanding housing options so everyone can afford to live here, both in District 4 and in every district. I said at the beginning that I wouldn't pitch myself. I'm not going to. I'll only say that I'm a person of integrity. If anything, I was too transparent in my application. I want to serve. If it turns out that I really am the best fit for the council, which would be surprising, but if I am, then great. If not, also great. Know that I'm here to help any way I can, including through my continued work on the board of Wasatch Advocates for Livable Communities, which will continue to advocate for many of the positions that I've described today. Anyway, if I can help, please let me know. My application's public, like all of our applications. I'm not cool enough to have a P.O. box, so you all know where to find me. Thank you.
Thank you. Benjamin Drouleau.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor, and other city representatives. My name is Benjamin Drouleau. Good job. It's impressive. My husband and I have been residents of the Bryant neighborhood for the last 8 years, and we are proud historic homeowners. We, like many other residents in our area and in our district, have grown to love the neighborhoods, communities, and people within them. One of the things I love most about District 4, which truly is at the heart of Salt Lake City, is that it's home to, it harbors a lot of diversity. It's home to people who are long-term residents, young students, young families, and people from all backgrounds, walks of life, and cultures. This is what makes our community distinct, vibrant, and special. Anyone who's lived in Salt Lake City for any length of time has witnessed its remarkable growth. And as many people have mentioned before, there's exciting investments in our downtown, and the Olympics are on the horizon, and that growth will continue for years to come. Any great city must grow. The challenge is guiding that growth in a sustainable and conscientious way, one that creates opportunities for our new residents, but also preserves the character, safety, and livability that we all celebrate as Salt Lake City community members. I understand why residents care deeply about preserving what makes this community great. One of my favorite pastimes is wandering the mid-block streets that Brenda mentioned that make our neighborhoods unique, chatting with our neighbors, trading my backyard honey for fresh tomatoes, and swapping water-wise gardening techniques. But not all of our community members experience Salt Lake that way. Salt Lake faces real pressures relating to housing affordability, transportation, and infrastructure. Professionally, I work at Intermountain Healthcare in liver transplant as a physician assistant. My career has afforded me the opportunity to meet with people and serve people across our community. I've witnessed firsthand the challenges that many residents face every day. We'll call one of my patients Sarah. Sarah lives in downtown Salt Lake and struggles with her chronic disease. She cannot drive and relies on public transit to get her to her workplace and to her appointments. She worries about rising rent costs and taking time off work in the middle of the day to get to her appointments. Her budget is tighter than ever with rising inflation. Sarah, like many other community members in Salt Lake City, is in survival mode. Sarah needs affordable housing close to her workplace. Sarah needs reliable public transit to connect her to essential services. If appointed to this role, my experiences would serve as a compass when navigating policies, development proposals, and budgets to prioritize people like Sarah. Being a physician assistant has trained me to work closely with professionals and multidisciplinary teams to solve complex problems for our community members. I would use this as an approach when we address the budget for fiscal year 2027. Though budgets are often discussed in terms of numbers and percentages, they are ultimately statements of values with real-life consequences for people like you, me, and Sarah. My focus would be to ensure that funds are tied to core city principles and services that reach all members of our community. I believe that social equity ultimately builds us as a community as a whole. My promise to you and to members of our community is that I would work diligently to represent District 4, engage with residents, and collaborate with fellow council members to not only preserve what we love so much about Salt Lake City, but to help shape a future city that is successful, a city that remains livable, remains safe, and resilient for generations to come. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Julian Jurkoik.
Good afternoon. My name is Julian Jerkois. I'm here today because I once bought an electric skateboard. I was new to the city, flush with cash, and perhaps somewhat less flush with self-preservation instincts. Little did I know the impact it would have on me. For the first time in my adult life, I started exploring my neighborhood. I discovered the 9 line and was so impressed by it that I sought out the project email address and sent what can only be described as a gushing fan mail with a postscript asking how I could get involved. I was taking shots in the dark, but I knew I wanted to help. Eventually, this blind pursuit, trying to do my part, led me to the Bike Collective, where I found a small flyer for Sweet Streets on the door at the old location. I wasn't looking for a political identity, nor was I looking for a career in politics. I simply wanted to help make a city I'd come to love a better place, and I saw no better avenue in which to do so. It is that same desire to serve which brings me here before you today. Now, I won't delve into policy because I'm not here as an advocate. I ran no campaign, and no voters have had the opportunity to weigh in on my platform. As such, I don't think it's my place to stand here today and ask you to endorse one on their behalf. The best I can do is be the best representative I can be and make the best decisions that I can. So what I'd like to talk about today is who I am, how I make decisions, so you can make your own decision on whether those are qualities you're looking for in a fellow representative. In my heart, I'm an engineer. What that means to me is I strongly believe in the scientific method, but I understand that everything is a trade-off and nothing is ever as clean as it is in a journal. Applied to public office, data is naturally quite important to me, but a city is an incredibly complex system, and isolating a single variable is rarely possible. My job has been making decisions in complex systems where the stakes are real and information is often incomplete, and I believe local government has many parallels there. Data matters, but so do lived experiences, community values, and often common sense. My goal would never be to blindly follow the data, but to use them, and while understanding their context, as one tool in a tool belt for making thoughtful decisions. Growing up, I was deeply instilled with the value of communication. I genuinely believe that most conflict stems not from bad intentions, but from people simply not understanding one another. Throughout my life and career, I've made a concerted effort to hone this skill of communication, not just speaking clearly and listening intently, but being able to isolate and pinpoint where breakdowns in communication are happening, whether that's a whole idea or just a single word. As a colleague and a representative, I would not take this lightly. Whether it's explaining a complex policy trade-off to a stakeholder or sitting down with a resident who feels ignored by City Hall, I would strive to be that bridge. My goal would be to ensure that even when we can't reach a perfect consensus, everyone at the table feels that the process was transparent and their perspective truly understood. Perhaps most importantly, I pride myself on being someone who can be proven wrong. I do not attach my identity or my ego to a particular position, and if new evidence emerges, if a resident shares a perspective I hadn't considered or someone has an argument stronger than my own, I will change my mind. In my view, that is not a weakness, but wisdom. The final thing I would offer is a perspective that is often underrepresented in government. District 4 is a young district, yet younger residents often lack a strong voice. As a member of Gen Z, my generation is living many of the challenges that cities across the country are currently grappling with. Housing affordability is not an abstract policy discussion to us. It is something my peers and I are constantly stressing about. Climate resilience is not a distant concern to us. It is something that will shape the rest of our lives. The decisions we make today about growth, transportation, public space, and housing will continue to shape the city long after anyone here has left public office, and my generation will inherit those decisions. I believe we deserve a voice in making them, and I'm ready to do the work to represent that voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin Glauser.
I'm Callan Neva Glauser, and I walked here from my apartment, past the courthouse track station, past Bradford pear trees and pride flags still up from last weekend's festival, parallel to the beautiful Wasatch Front that has anchored this city longer than the city itself. I've lived and grown in District 4 for 7 years. Most of my neighbors won't be able to afford that chance. That's the problem I'm here to help this council address. I'm an applied economist, a federal program evaluator, and a macroeconomics instructor at Salt Lake Community College. I teach students who rent in this city, who rely on transit to get to class, and who have asked me directly whether they'll be able to find work and afford to live here the way that they want to. My work is built around one objective: to identify economic inefficiencies whose cost to our city will compound over time. I model the cost of delay. I find places where policy looks right on paper and breaks down in practice in the real lives of the people it's designed to serve. At the federal level, I identified a structural gap in a funding model that looks sound in theory. That analysis supported an $8 million budget correction. In a year when this council is managing a 12.5% property tax increase, federal support to cities is being restructured faster than budgets can absorb. Getting decisions right the first time matters even more than it usually does. You deserve a colleague who engenders trust by naming the cost of a decision before we vote on it. That's what I'm here to offer this council. In 10 years from now, District 4 looks like one of two things. The first possibility, we don't make housing abundant and available at the income levels this city actually lives at. So we lose people. And my district, which already carries the highest churn rate in Salt Lake City, churns faster. College graduates get priced out before they can put a single dollar back into the community where they studied and grew. Families leave once they have kids. Public school enrollment drops, programs get cut, and campuses close. Transit falls further behind a growing population and Olympic demand. When the eyes of the world are on us in 2034, we fall flat. Because the people who made this city worth watching moved to Saratoga Springs 3 years ago. This path doesn't announce itself. It emerges from decisions that each seem defensible in isolation and together compound into something harder to reverse. Or we have District 4 residents who stay because the CRA's tools build housing they can actually afford. We have neighbors who buy their first homes because the Own in Salt Lake City program reaches the renters who need it. Neighbors who see missing middle housing get built because the approval process matches the zoning this body already reformed. Who open businesses on State Street, send their children to public schools full enough to stay open and thrive. And the 2002 games gave us tracks still carrying 43,400 people to work every day, still drawing employers to locate offices in the city. The 2034 games carry $6.6 billion in potential economic output and 42,000 job years for this city. The question before this body is what foundation of public infrastructure, housing, and livability we can build before the Olympics. For those of our residents who buy into the city's vision when the cameras arrive in 2034 as residents, employers, taxpayers, and the fabric of what the world came to see. That's the fork. That's the decision made by this council in the next 18 months, and what will be decided today will determine which side the city is standing on 8 years from now. I wrote this speech at the city library on the rooftop looking out at the Wasatch Front, a block from where we are now. In between my teaching and my preparation for this meeting, I've also been navigating conversations with my own landlord over a 21% potential increase to my rent. But I'm here because I care about this city and staying in this neighborhood is a priority for me. That's the reality I'm bringing into this room. District 4 needs a representative with economic expertise who reads its budget the way its residents read their bills.
30 seconds.
I live in this district, I rent in this city, I rely on transit to live my day-to-day life. I teach students who want to stay in this neighborhood, our shared neighborhood. If you vote for me, that's who you'll be appointing to this council. Someone who understands this district at a city level, who brings the disciplinary knowledge to strengthen our collective decision-making for the benefit of our neighbors. That's why I'm asking for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas Pensari.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nicholas Pensari, and I am honored to be considered for the District 4 vacancy.
I grew up in Salt Lake County. Now my wife and I live near Trolley Square. Salt Lake City is where we've chosen to build our lives and where we plan to raise our future family. I love this city. And like so many residents, I want it to continue being a place where people can build a good life for themselves. As I thought about what I wanted to share with you tonight, I kept coming back to a simple question. What do the residents of District 4 and Salt Lake City need from its next council member? We deserve someone who is willing to show up and listen, someone who isn't afraid to lean into the difficult work, someone who is collaborative. Throughout my career, whether I was working in healthcare, nonprofit leadership, or public safety, my role has always been the same, bringing people together. This is the same approach I will bring to this council. When I look at the city today, I see a community filled with opportunity, but also one facing challenges. In my current role, I understand that community safety is our #1 challenge, and I fully intend to lean into that work, collaboratively. I believe residents and visitors should feel safe everywhere, in their neighborhoods, in the parks, at their businesses. Public safety is the foundation upon which everything else is built. As a member of the county's Crisis Response Task Force, I see firsthand the partners that work tirelessly to solve our community's challenges. These challenges we see every day are connected. Homelessness, mental illness, substance use, and safety are all part of the same conversation. That is why I was encouraged to see continued investments in public safety and crisis response in the mayor's proposed budget. Those investments recognize that accountability and compassion are not competing values. Programs like SLCPD's Project Connect and the TOPS Initiative and Justice Court's Familiar Faces, these are programs building better outcomes for those in need and those that need accountability. And it shouldn't be Salt Lake City's burden alone. Salt Lake County's Lifeman Project and the Sequential Intercept model are part of that solution to share the load and create a regional response to criminal justice and behavioral health. Our second priority is growth and affordability. Salt Lake City is growing, and that growth brings investment and opportunities for many residents, but it also creates a lot of anxieties. People want to know that they can afford to stay in the neighborhoods they love. Families want to know that Salt Lake City will remain welcoming. For my wife and I, this is a real concern. Benyon Elementary, which is just 2 blocks away from my home, closed due to low student enrollment. Our growth should strengthen our communities, not displace them. And this takes me to my third priority. We need to invest in the city that we are leaving to our next generation. Roads, utilities, transportation, public places may not always make the headlines, but they are what makes our city thrive. On my street alone, we have had several water main breaks in just the last year. This has created a patchwork of concrete and frustrated residents. We need to continue to make investments that will serve our residents, not just for the next few years, but for the decades to come. Ultimately, though, this appointment is more than just policy priorities. The residents of District 4 deserve a council member who is engaged, dependable, and committed to serving the community. Someone who listens before they speak. Someone who is willing to do the work. Someone who understands that progress is never achieved alone. I have dedicated myself to public service, and I am seeking this appointment because I care deeply about this city. If selected, I will show up prepared. I will work collaboratively with you. I will be responsive to our residents, and I will always approach difficult conversations with humility, respect, and a focus on solutions. At the end of the day, I believe leadership is service. It is about helping build a community where people feel safe, supported, and connected to one another. That is the council member I will be. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Nathan Carlin, and I'm here offering my candidacy for the vacant seat because I feel that my experience as a solutions-focused engineer offers a different and valuable perspective. I've prioritized learning many skills in collaboration, documentation, and technology. I am frequently in situations where millions of dollars can be on the line if a problem is not addressed. I problem solve on my feet effectively, and that is a valuable skill in something as important as public service. A city is composed of residents, visitors with diverse, multifaceted viewpoints. I believe a good city council will utilize a wide coalition and depth of insight for effective collaborations. For my day-to-day work, it has become my strength. I've used these skills to be a leader in managing nonprofit tech services, along with a small business based out of Ogden. I've also been able to pick up other skills related to interfacing with the public in an official capacity. The events I've been a part of require many interactions with new people, hearing their opinions, taking feedback into consideration, as the first step to bridging the divide is hearing those who are most affected first. I know it's a priority for the council to maintain good relations with the state so that we can collaborate on the issues most impacting Utah as a whole when it comes to the city. Understanding the state's needs can help solidify our positions and show what Salt Lake City can really be. Looking through the mayor's budget request, I do desire to keep the Hive Pass going so that many residents can continue to have access to low-cost transportation. I'd love to contribute a solution-oriented mentality to preserving and even improving upon the Hive Pass. Another aspect I've thought about when I walk through District 4 is seeing vacant storefronts. We could possibly look at the idea of investigating an empty structure fee that increases over time. The objective being to incentivize development of these locations and bring the community together with new small business owners. Together we can overcome these trying times and outlast these temporary circumstances the city is presented with, ensuring we are ready for the next round of Olympic Games and beyond. I appreciate this opportunity I've had today to do this. This is one of the most exciting opportunities I've ever had, and I'm looking forward to finding ways to work together that best serves the West Side and the city as a whole. Thank you.
Over the past 9 years, I've probably had more conversations with Salt Lake residents than most people. I'm Scott Little, and I've lived in District 4 for the past 14 years. Prior to owning Tizanti, I worked in nonprofit leadership, fundraising, strategic planning, and community engagement with organizations including Tracy Aviary, Bike Utah, and the National Ability Center. Over the past month, I've spent a great deal of time chatting with council members, District 4 residents, District 4 small business owners, and District 4 community organizations. And one thing has become very clear to me. District 4 needs stable, thoughtful, and community-focused leadership. I want to share 3 reasons why I feel I'm deeply qualified for this appointment. 1, I'm uniquely connected to the city and its residents. 2, I have significant experience dealing with the challenges of navigating and leading neighborhood transformation. 3, I'm extremely passionate about building our community and increasing engagement. Let's talk about connection. Beyond representing the hospitality industry, I believe my strongest qualification is my connection to residents and neighborhoods. My wife and I intentionally built Tizanti to be a true community gathering space where people connect, share ideas, and experience Salt Lake City together. Tizanti serves approximately 70,000 customers per year. Those daily conversations give me a grounded understanding of how people experience Salt Lake day to day. Through our wholesale program, I stay closely connected to businesses by watching orders fluctuate and through regular conversations with the owners. These interactions keep me connected to the pulse of the city, hearing concerns, priorities, and excitement in a real way. Over the past 3 weeks, I've intentionally walked and run every block in District 4 to better understand how residents experience the area day to day. Let's talk about my experience as a leader and navigating neighborhood change. We've owned Tizanti for over 9 years. In that time, I've dealt with relocation, rehabbing a historic home, the impacts of COVID, and several years of significant construction. Sugar House is navigating a major transformation, and honestly, without the community leadership and engagement there, I'm not sure we'd still be in business today. I understand, acknowledge, and appreciate the importance of this role. Through constant outreach and early communication, they brought residents, businesses, developers, and community organizations together and made it nearly impossible not to become involved. This experience motivated me to help lead the chamber and to serve on the city's Business Advisory Board. Let's talk about community and collaboration. It's important to understand that many residents might not choose to engage through formal meetings, public comment. That doesn't mean they don't care deeply about their neighborhoods. Some of the most meaningful conversations about the city happen organically in coffee shops, at the farmer's market, or walking around the neighborhood. That's why I appreciate initiatives like the Council's upcoming World Cup gatherings. They create natural opportunities for residents to have conversations with the city outside of formal meetings. I look forward to building on ideas like this in the future to engage residents in District 4. In conclusion, I believe my experience as a business owner, community leader, and a dedicated resident of District 4 has prepared me to thoughtfully listen, collaborate, and make difficult decisions. District 4 thrives when people feel proud of the street they live on and the neighborhood they call home. This is why they need someone who, 1, understands their needs, 2, knows how to navigate change, and 3, is motivated to build community. Thank you.
No, yeah, thank you. Last name in the hat. Jennifer Starley.
My power saver just turned on my laptop. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jennifer Starley, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and I'm truly humbled to be in a room with such amazing people. You have a very difficult job. I'm the vice chair of the Central City Neighborhood Council and a public servant with more than 25 years of local and state government experience. Today I'm sharing why I believe local government should always consider the health and social impacts of policies and decisions. My belief began with my grandfather's example, whose life was defined by service of his family, neighbors, community, and his fellow veterans. It was strengthened through my own life experiences. I've experienced housing instability, I've experienced uncertainty, and I've experienced the power of a supportive community. Those experiences taught me something simple but important. Where we live matters, the opportunities available to us matter, and the connections we have with one another matter. Together, those things shape our quality of life. That belief led me to a career in public service, decades of volunteer work, and ultimately why I'm here today. I was drawn, first of all, District 4 is very special to me because I intentionally chose to live here. I researched Salt Lake greatly several years ago, spent all my time, and I wanted to live in the place that I live now because I was drawn to its diversity and its energy and sense of community. And I found neighbors who care, businesses that invest, and residents who show up. Through my work on the Neighborhood Council, I've spent countless hours listening to residents, business owners, community organizations, and city staff. And through those conversations, I've learned something important. People have more in common than they sometimes realize. Most people want the same things. We want safe neighborhoods, opportunity, and a community where they feel connected and heard. Whether I'm speaking with longtime residents or newcomers, the themes are always rooted in stability, belonging, and having a voice in shaping their future. My professional work has reinforced those lessons. As the finance co-chief within the state's COVID incident command response, I helped oversee more than $2 billion in federal and state funding supporting communities across Utah. And today I lead a statewide public health infrastructure initiative with roughly a budget of around $38 million. But what matters most is not the size of the budget or the complexity of the projects that I've led. What's most important are the experiences I've learned from those and what they've taught me. One lesson I've learned is that public health is about much more than healthcare. Housing, transportation, and public safety affect health, economic opportunity, social connection, and community of belonging affect health. We call these social factors of health, and in local government, we call them community and neighborhoods, economic development, police and fire, parks, and utilities. Different language, same impact. That's why I believe the policies and decisions made by local government have public health and social implications. When we invest in housing, we're investing in stability. When we invest in transportation, we're investing in access. And when we invest in neighborhoods, we're investing in people. I've also learned that the best solutions rarely come from one person or one perspective. They come from listening, collaboration, and from focusing on shared goals. We can pursue growth while strengthening neighborhoods. We can welcome new residents while supporting existing residents. And we can prepare for the future while preserving what makes District 4 unique. If appointed, I would bring that perspective to the council, a perspective grounded in public service and community leadership while considering the long-term health and social impacts for our city. I will come prepared, stay curious, and I will listen to the people who call District 4 home. At the end of the day, government is at its best when it creates the conditions for people and communities to thrive. When people feel heard, communities become stronger. When people feel connected, communities become stronger.
30 seconds.
When people feel supported, communities become stronger. My combination of public service experience, neighborhood leadership, passion for public health, and a commitment to my district has prepared me to contribute on day one, and I'd be honored to serve and represent the residents of District 4 and the residents of our city. Thank you so much for your service to our city, and regardless of the outcome, I will always be here to support my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the applicants that presented today. Thank you for those that submitted an application as well and withdrew. I don't know what I'm doing, and it's because the incredible amount of talent and passion that's shown into this room, it's quite overwhelming, and it's probably one of the most challenging decisions I've made in the council in a long time, because there is almost no way to look good into this decision, because it's picking between amazing candidates and talent and passion. And I want to encourage all of you to stay involved, to make this city better, and however you want to. As you know, there's very few of us, and many of you may not get a vote. I hope that doesn't, you don't take it personal. It's hard for us to pick. It really is a tough decision. And I made notes and put words, and after reading all of your presentations, I'm still debating within my mind what I'm going to do. I'm still processing. I really would like to say that if you end up getting the support of this council today, one of you is going to, don't fray. I was on the other side of that coin once, and the council made a horrible decision of selecting a different candidate than me, which served this city greatly for District 2, and he was a great council member for the time he served. And you have a chance to run for office as well. And it is probably one of the most amazing experiences of your life. And I will encourage you to do that if you wish. So after all the random things I said, we really appreciate the investment, the time that you put into these applications, and for you that asking for letters of support, and for those that tried to call us, and some of you got some time from our schedules, and thank you for your patience as well. We are going to take a quick break. We're not talking about the applications at this moment. We're gonna stretch our legs. Now we can decompress for a few minutes, and we're gonna come back at 6 p.m. and we are going to ask for the vote right then. So come back. I'm going to start calling names. The votes they're going to be cast verbally. Keith Reynolds in our city recorder's office, our city recorder, will prepare the vote tally, and we'll read it aloud when we're done. So I'm just going to randomly call council members' vote. Councilmember Ward.
Can we say some things before? All right. Let's not do it.
Let's do it after the vote.
Okay, deal.
Okay. Whomever speaks first is going to hate me. Too late.
Yeah, just go. Just go in order.
Your finger fell on your name, so Chris Wharton. Oh. Chris Wharton.
That's not in order. I'm sad that we can't do ranked choice voting because I would love to have the opportunity to vote multiple times. But I am casting my vote for Jennifer Napier Pierce.
Councilmember Petro.
I'm going to be surprised what name comes out of my mouth. Javier Chavez.
Councilmember Carlson.
Jennifer Napier Pierce.
Councilmember Young.
Scott Little.
Councilmember Dugan.
Jennifer Napier Pierce.
And I'm Scott Little.
All right, Mr. Chair, we have 3 names. With 3 votes, we have Jennifer Napier Pierce. With 2 votes, we have Scott Little. And with 1 vote, we have Javier Chavez Jr. So we have consensus.
So
top 2, sorry.
So we have several scenarios for dealing with this. Council members, do you want to speak your minds now before we go through the next stage, or do you want to wait until the last? What do you want to do, Chris Wharton?
Well, since I might not get another opportunity, I did want to thank all of the applicants and admonish you for not making this easy. I did not appreciate that. This is the 6th time that I have had to vote to fill a vacancy on the council in the last 9 years, which demonstrates one of the issues that a lot of you spoke to. This is the thing that I dislike the most about being on the council, because it requires us to try to put aside, our own thoughts and impressions and put ourselves in the minds of a District 4 voter, and District 4 voters are the only people who don't get a word or get a voice in this process. It's hard there's no real criteria on what we're supposed to consider, and every time it's hard, and I don't know that I've made the right decision every time in the past, obviously, with one major one that comes to mind. But I just want to encourage everybody to please get involved. If you cared enough to think about this and talk about it with your family and fill out an application and stress out about what you were going to say today, or maybe you didn't stress out, that's great. If you took the time to do all of those things, I really hope you'll get involved with a community council or with a board or commission. There are so many ways to get involved in Salt Lake City, and we would be lucky to have each and every one of you lend your support and your skills in some way. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilmember Young.
Yeah, so in addition, without repeating what Councilmember Wharton said, One thing, as somebody who came through this process, and that was my journey to then ultimately running for the seat and joining council, that I would just encourage you to consider is you're about to have a new representative for District 4. And I look out across the room and think about the ideal network of individuals who could be supporting that person in terms of opportunities to connect with various needs and interests across the city. And I just encourage you to reach out to whomever comes out of this process and give them that opportunity to be able to learn and grow and hear from you and to value that expertise. Like they all said, it was an incredibly difficult decision. I will say it is a very unique opportunity because normally when we're sitting up here, most of the people in your seats are here to tell us why Salt Lake City is not working. And to hear from so many individuals who are excited about the future of our community was just incredibly heartening. So thank you for believing in what we can accomplish together. And again, I hope to see many of you again in the near future.
Any other comments?
I'll wait till after.
Okay. I wanted to just, I mean, it was horribly, horrible. I mean, I just like wish, and hopefully there's no ways to solve this by naming, besides naming, putting it, highlighting every single one of you. But I just want to throw some names out there. I know that every single presentation it blew my mind, and in writing and in here when you presented yourself about your passion of why you want to serve District 4. So I just want to highlight a few. Austin, Jesus, how hard you worked for this, and your passion for the city is quite incredible. Clayton, you just work very, very hard. And it's very impressive. Gavin, never met you before, but quite shocked with your presentation. Javier, very impressive. I wish I could speak as good as you can. Julian, your presentation in here blew my mind. Caitlin, Carlin. Lila, impressive resume and experience and passion for the city. Pamela, I just cannot, I would have been honored to serve with you, with all of you, sincerely. It's just a really tough decision, and I hope that you stay involved and you keep on fighting for a better city. Please keep involved. So now we have a scenario where there is a scenario 2, which there is a split vote. So since we do not have a majority, the top 2 vote getters will now move to round 2. This means that one second. Jennifer Napier Pierce and Scott Little are going to have another question for each of you two to answer. You will have 2 minutes to respond. For everyone else, thank you for taking the time to engage with this process. And as state law has dictated, much of this process has been following the new state law, not our favorite process, and not how it was done before. This process moves on with the 2 applicants who received the most votes. You are all, of course, more than welcome to stay and see how round 2 plays out. Thank you for your interest in Salt Lake City. Now that we have 2 people moving to round 2, we're going to share more about how this selection will go. Council members, you should have in your papers a list of questions in front of you. I'm going to roll the dice, and I could have pulled strings or done all sorts of other casino type things, but I thought roll the dice was
wrong.
Casino. Wrong. You're right.
That would be wrong.
No gambling.
And against the policies of the state.
Yes, yes. You're definitely right. No gambling here. So I'm going to roll the dice, and you make me lose my train of thought.
Sorry.
Thank you, Councilor Ward. I'm going to roll the dice to randomly select which question we pose to our final two applicants. Each of our applicants will have 2 minutes to answer that one question. Council members, do you have any edits to any of the questions? Because this is the last chance we're going to ask, as it is written there. You know the applicants that we have in front of us. Do you want to?
They each only get one?
Yes.
Oh.
Any? Do I want to read the questions maybe? No? Okay. No thoughts? No changes?
I'm not changing this late in the game.
Okay.
Actually, can we not do number 4? I feel like we heard a lot about that.
Okay, I will remove a question. We decided to allow that earlier today, but I have 6 questions and the dice has 6 sides. So what I'm going to do, if I roll 4, I'm going to roll again.
Okay.
Any other amendments, changes? Okay.
It was an affordable housing question. Everyone literally spoke to it.
Yeah, A+ answers. Well done.
Can we clarify who's up first?
We're going to call in alphabetical order by the first name. Okay. So, Jennifer. Will go first, and Scott will go second. As we approach the podium, I will let you know which one of the questions you will have to respond. You have 2 minutes. Staff will tell you when 30-second mark is here, and they will call time when the 2 minutes are up. This is a hard process, but being able to think and respond quickly is a common occurrence in council meetings. I am horrible at it, but I'm excited for your answer. Question number 6 is, as one city council member, you need the cooperation and collaboration of the council members to achieve many goals and or projects. Describe how you would approach this collaboration.
That all of you are driven with the best of intentions. You have good heart. That's why you're here. So I would never second guess any of your intentions. I guess I would also add that each of you is expert in your particular neighborhood. You know your constituency. You know the needs of those neighborhoods better than I ever could, because I don't live in your particular area of the city. So I would rely on you to be the authority. As representative for District 4, I would bring forward concerns and ideas from my constituents. I would see where there's common ground. I am collaborative by nature. I would work with diligence and respect for each of you. And I think, again, when you know people's hearts, if you know that they are coming to you earnestly and with humility and honesty, you can't go wrong. We're going to find ways to work together. We're not always going to agree, undoubtedly, but I have confidence in group dynamics where there's mutual trust. Thank you.
Scott, is your time. Roll again. We didn't, the question is the same one. So as one city council member, you will need the cooperation and collaboration of the council members to achieve many goals or projects. Describe how will you approach this collaboration?
Oh, yeah. Perfect. I think for me, understanding collaboration and working together is the #1 priority. Kind of looking through, it looks like majority, 70% or so of council votes are unanimous votes. So that tells me that there's a ton of behind the scenes activity that's going on. So there's a lot of conversation, there's a lot of understanding. So from my perspective, in working with everybody is understanding who the stakeholders are, understanding what the residents think. And that's, to me, again, goes back to kind of my speech, is talking about getting the voice of the residents. How do we do a better job of that? And as District 4 rep, how do I do a better job of bringing people together to come with everybody here to voice their opinion? I think that's kind of, I look at collaboration. Yesterday, the KSL had a report from Visit Salt Lake, and they talked about how businesses are going to thrive in Salt Lake City. And the #1 headliner on it was collaboration and working together. So from my standpoint, it's working together, getting under everybody's understanding, and coming from a thoughtful place. Thank you.
Okay. Now we are going to take another vote. Thank you for your answers. I'm going to call again on each council member to verbally cast their vote. Anyone with 4 or more votes will be appointed as a new council member for District 4. If we have a tie, then we have to do a coin toss. So, Councilmember Dugan. I can lend you my dice.
I thought the first round was hard. This is even more difficult because, again, we have 2 very good candidates, and I think either one will serve us so well. I will stick by my first vote with Jennifer Napier Pierce.
Councilmember Young.
I'm going to vote for Scott Little.
Councilmember Petro.
Scott Little.
Councilmember Carlson.
I echo what my fellow council members have said. This is excruciating. Jennifer Napier Pierce.
Councilmember Wharton, sorry.
Jennifer Napier Pierce.
And I am voting for Scott Little.
It's in God's hands now, friends.
So the process, by the way, we went through all of these scenarios in some ways, thinking that, there was going to be, a quicker path, but, assuming that, because all of these things, we haven't really talked about any of this, and we've been compelled here in the meeting and while reading the documents in front of us. So we're going to do a coin toss, and the process for that is going to be done by the recorder's office. Because I'm very bad at coin tossing, and it feels like a little better and more fair of a process. So I will invite our recorder to come in up front, and I don't know if we have a page for explaining what to say.
All right, do the candidates want to inspect the coin? No, you good? Okay. All right. All right. So heads will be Jennifer, and tails will be over here. Yes, it is heads. So that is Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Well, that was exciting. I would like to say this was horrible to go through. I am so excited to have heard about you, met you, many of you first time. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to interact soon again. And please stay in touch. I would love to hear your thoughts about how to shape the city better. Councilmember Carlson, Councilmember Dugan after.
Exciting indeed. I just want to offer my profound gratitude for each person who put their name forward today, for the community work that they've done in the past, and for the energy I know that they will continue to bring to District 4. I am inspired by District 4 residents. I am grateful to each of you for doing that very courageous thing. And even before coming into today, I set some things in my mind as really important to me, and one of those things was repairing trust in this council, repairing trust in the council and the work that we do here. Individuals who prioritize the long-term interests of the city over their personal interests, and last but certainly not least, somebody willing to serve the people. And I believe I saw that in the candidates that came here today, and I am grateful to everyone for stepping forward. Thank you.
Pretty much, I would be echoing what everybody else has said, but the passion and the love and the desire to make our city better was evident in your application, in your words, but also when you sat up here and gave us 5 minutes. And it was inspiring to hear it from so many people who wanted to serve us. And that is a beautiful thing for a city. I would have been really disappointed if only 2 candidates or 1 person put their name in the hat. But we had 27, and then 20 of you spoke here. And that is impressive for a city, to have that many people from a small community want to step up and serve in this position, in this role. And so, and it's almost, I have a lot of gratitude and gratefulness that we ended up in a tie with a coin toss. Because that coin toss, we had 20 excellent candidates. We got down to 2, both of them well qualified for the position. Very well qualified. But I also echo what everyone else has said here. Please don't make this silent. Please don't make this process, please don't be silent after this process. You need to continue to strive to make the city better, using your voice, having a common vision, and moving forward. So I appreciate everybody's effort, and I look forward to working with you, Jennifer, in the coming few minutes, right after dinner. Yeah, you got 25 minutes to kind of calm down, and let's go.
We actually will have a limited formal meeting after a brief pause to conduct the swearing in, adopt the resolution and swear in.
We have that formal meeting, and we're going to have that resolution ready, and the city recorder will perform the oath of office. The next steps are held during the limited formal meeting agenda, so we'll take a quick break to get ready for that and to switch to the formal meeting. Thank you again for all the applicants for your time and interest in serving Salt Lake City. The work session now stands adjourned.